2 requests as we will be starting. Can I request that all of you students, you move in front so that when the other students come, they won't necessarily need to be coming and disturbing the setup. So I'm requesting that we all move forward. We leave space at the back, and then when the other students come, they will then occupy the back seats. And then also, for all the students that are going to be presenting that have not yet sent us their slides, please send your slides to the following account: FML Research Day at ul.ac.za. Send your slides, if you haven't done so, to fml.researchday@ul.ac.za. In the meantime, we will be waiting for our guests to come in as well, but I'm also going to give you this opportunity to make sure that you move in front. Please don't leave spaces that are open in front for us to be able to accommodate those that are coming. So we are still waiting for some students, but let's move forward in the meantime. Thank you. Annual Research Day 2024. The theme of this Research Day, of course it's days, is the transformation and progress through the lens of sustainable development goals. It is a 2021 century multidisciplinary approach. Many other things, make acknowledgement and observe protocol. I will start with the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University, Prof. Mohalong, the DVC Teaching and Learning, Prof. Richard Madashi, DVC, the Acting DVC Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Prof. T. Motiba, and of course, our Executive Dean for the Faculty of Management and Law, Prof. O.S. Sivanda. Let me also acknowledge the Research Professor in the Faculty, Prof. Sitate. I want to also acknowledge the various school directors within the faculty, starting with the School of Economics and Management, Prof. K. Mukwena, and the School of Law, Prof. Rapadza, Advocate Rapadza. I don't see him here. I want to also acknowledge the HODs that are within the faculty, academics that are here, and most importantly also our students. I won't necessarily be able to properly acknowledged, but I want to welcome all the guest speakers as well that are within our midst. The theme of this Annual Research Day for 2024 is quite interesting, and it's something that is in actual fact motivates me. You will, pardon me, I tend to like certain things and I do quotings from other sources. One of the quotings that I like is coming from the book of Proverbs 25, verse 2. It says, it is the glory. When you look at research, we are trying to discover the truth that is sitting somewhere. And majority of the things that we discover in research are things that exist, but which we have not necessarily been able to connect and discover. As we are looking at the theme that we are having, I think, for this current year, which is talking about transformation. When we are saying we are transforming, it's in actual fact changing form. It also reminds me of one part which says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. There is no transformation without scientific understanding. We have generally believed over a long time. If I was to inform you now, to tell you that when we were growing up for many years, we were informed that if you eat fat, it's dangerous to your body. And even if I speak about it now, a lot of you will think that is the truth. But do you know that science is proving today that you are healthier when you eat fatty foods than when you eat low-fat food? It's difficult to believe. But for so many years, we have been told and we've believed it. So we are wanting to transform. As we are looking at transforming this through the lenses of SDGs, for us to develop, we need to just not move according to what probably we have believed things. Science is there to either prove or disprove things. So we need to have robust kind of research. Students that are not just going to be following whatever probably someone has said, but we actually need to do the research scientifically. I also like one thing, and I remember Prof. Koma, the last time we had, I think it was Prof. Rodriguez, when he was presenting some research and he put presenting these numbers don't lie. I want us, even as researchers and as students, take advantage of data. Don't be afraid of numbers. Use statistics to come up with certain things that will in actual fact help us to develop and to change our world. If we are in actual fact going to improve anything, what we cannot measure, we can't change. So if we cannot be able to put numbers to some of these things, we will not be able to change them. That is why even today, when you go maybe to a doctor, the first thing they do some blood tests. What are they looking? Biomarkers. They are looking at certain numbers. Those numbers are an indication of the truth. I don't have a problem with qualitative research, but I also have got huge respect for quantitative research because numbers don't lie. Each and every year, numbers are being produced by the statistician general, talking to us about what is happening with GDP, talking to us about what is happening with unemployment. Those are not just numbers for us to memorize. They must inform policy. They must inform research. An interaction between the fields that we are studying. Not only to say because I'm an accountant, I only look at the profit or loss, it ends there. But I must also look at the welfare of the people, which is indicated probably by scientific data coming from the statistician general. If I look at number of mothers that are having kids, but they are not in any relationship or single-handed families or led families, how does it inform policy? How does it inform what we must do? How do we respond in thinking about the future? Maybe these kids will need funding in the future. So let's take advantage of numbers and inform our research. So that is my interest in this. And when we speak about transformation, how then do we improve our local environment? To provide the right solution without understanding the nature of the problem. So if you fail to characterize the problem, you can't solve it. If you cannot measure the problem correctly, then there is no solution that you can provide. If you go to a doctor, you simply say, I have a headache, but they don't discover what is causing the headache. The headache is a symptom, but what is the cause? We need to go to some things that are new, creating these connections, innovation.
The program, the exciting abstracts, the titles, and I'm glad then to say that please consider this event officially open. And then you are all welcome. I've always been told to say that all the dogs are leashed. So I wish I could say it in Sepedi, but the next time I want to say it is to say it in French. So wait for tomorrow. And I know that introduction has been made. The welcome part, I'm doing it on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Mokhalong, who also has to take care of the bigger business on campus, the 65 years anniversary of existence of the University of Limpopo. But I can tell you that he wishes you all the best as students. And one thing that I also understand, he would like to see you making the University of Limpopo proud with all the presentations that are going to be made. Be relaxed. This is not an interrogation, particularly speaking to our honors students. Last year you have shown that you can hold your ground against doctoral students. So let's continue the last year. Allow me, before I leave the stage, and I won't be really announcing or sort of presenting all our dignitaries here, but then they know that their day, their time will come for us to officially, announce their presence. It is very exciting. But then there is one that said, I'm here, Prof. Sibanda, as a student. And don't make a mistake of announcing me differently. A person who should not be presented in a particular capacity without going against the word of that particular person. And I'm just going to say, I think we are also really, as a way of saying, we are exemplary as a university, as a faculty, the community of the province of Limpopo, to be having our leaders as students at our university. Because the Deputy Minister in the Police Ministry, Honorable Minister Bushielo, will also be here presenting in her capacity as a student. But then why is this so important for me to be saying that? Because it shows the value, the premium that we put on education, educating ourselves and also educating the public. Because I'm talking about someone who was previously the MEC for education in Limpopo. So education is part and parcel of her DNA. With that said, allow me, Master of Ceremony, to say we are officially open for business for the next, for today, the next days. You are all welcome. Let's do what we do best. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Executive Dean of the Faculty, Prof. O.S. Sibanda, for the opening and also for doing the welcome on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor. We would like to move to the next segment. But before we do that, I see we're supposed to be moving to the introduction of the guest speaker. What I'm just going to do is I'll request that we take 5 minutes body break, and then afterwards we will then be able to come and continue with introduction of the guest speaker, and then we will now thereafter have the keynote speaker. Just 5 minutes of body break as we will be getting ready for that. Thank you. All right. If you have got this tag, you find that there is an XQ code that is here. You can scan it for the updated program. If you can scan this, you'll be able to find the updated program. We are running a little bit late, if it's not quite late. I want to then call upon my colleague, Professor Samuel Koma, who is the director for the School of Economics and Management, who is going to do the introduction of the guest speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Mchambisi. Good morning to everyone. It gives me a pleasure to introduce to you our guest speaker, Honorable Councillor Matume Kelvin Masoa. Honorable Councillor Matume Kelvin Masoa served in various capacities, including, of course, being a teacher by profession and training, and also including having served as the education specialist at the Department of Education in Limpopo Provincial Government, former mayor of the Lepelle Nkumpi local municipality, a chief whip of council of the Capricorn District municipality, and currently serving as the member of the mayoral committee responsible for development planning, environmental management services at the Capricorn District municipality, and also serving as a member of the Regional Executive Committee of the African National Congress, and also as the treasurer of the Peter Mokaba region of the African National Congress. I wish to welcome him to take the podium. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Program Director, Mr. Mtambizi, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mkhokong, Dean of Faculty of Law, Professor Sibanda, Director of School of Management and Economics and Management, Professor Koma, the Deputy Minister of Police, who happened to have been the former MEC for Education in Limpopo. By then, we used to call her a deputy mother, for the passion she had in the education of our own kids in the province. Academics, all students present here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Thobela. We are in Limpopo, and one of the notion that we actually appreciate is that of saying education is a precondition for development. Without any education, there will be no proper development. And furthermore, as I'm here, I see quite a number of people that are below my age. I may say youth or young people. And when I see them, they remind me of a notion, or rather a statement which comes from the Veda community that says, Mana amutokana asu machero awe. I may not have pronounced that very well because I'm not a Venda speaking person. But as a direct translation to English, it will mean that the underdevelopment, or rather the poor of my community or myself as a person does not determine my own future, which means that regardless of the challenges that we might have as individuals, we still have to find our way through, navigate, and ensure that we are able to realize the objectives that which, of course, we are expected to realize. I might be making a mistake if I may not acknowledge one of my former colleague who was a teacher at Matladi. He knows himself very well, Thobela Morel. It is my privilege to join you today and interact with you on this 9th Annual Research Day on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Mema Midupitefu, who's today had some few engagements in Mankweng, next to the university. Let me thank the university for having invited us here to this important occasion, which reaffirms the continued symbolic relations between the university and government. The gathering echoes very well with our object as local government to find solutions to underdevelopment through planning and rollout of COPEX program to drive sustainable development and improve the lives of our community. Throughout, we have been asking ourselves questions to say, what is the role that the university is playing to make sure that we're able to navigate through as different communities? And for that, this 9th annual event is actually playing a role in ensuring that we find solutions like your theme is actually saying. University and the faculty for the continuous effort to empower, motivate students to offer insight into transformative efforts and solutions towards attainment of sustainable development goals. This year, we meet and interact here as we stand on the threshold of the momentous university milestone of the 65th years of finding solution for Africa. And we take this opportunity to congratulate you for the effort that you continuously do in that effort. For us as a municipality, university represent preparatory center for not only the job market, but also as reservoir of knowledge for civil society that contributes to making the world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, when addressing the role of university and knowledge societies at the World University Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Professor Ravi Sharma reminded delegates when he said, I quote, "A university is a laboratory for the development of a progressive society. This is seen through institutional ideals in all fields of human thought and endeavor by the development of education and research programs that impact on this idea. The university needs to have a handle on the problems confronting society and clear understanding of its own role. One of the tasks of the university is to develop a framework wherein knowledge assets of society may be effectively enhanced and sustainable through mission of a university, close quote. Program Director, we agree with this assertion that indeed university should only produce knowledge for the sake of it, should not produce knowledge just for the sake of it, but do so to help communities to overcome different challenges they are facing. Government needs a society like that, one where people make informed decisions about issues that affect their daily lives, be it governance, service delivery, or generally making sense of the world around them. But over and above that, university exists to impact knowledge and skills to enable graduates sustain themselves and assist government to solve societal problems today, key being poverty, climate change, infrastructure development, spatial development planning, and other developmental challenges which remains pertinent to the society we are living in. As our innovation hub, we therefore commend you for using events such as this to disseminate your research effort into practice, thus helping us find solutions to the challenges of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Ultimately, the attainment of sustainable development goal depends on the fundamental reforms of our socio-economic agenda and adequate funding. As local government, we use shovel-ready projects such as water infrastructure, sanitation, road infrastructure, and investment in wastewater treatment works to accelerate growth, attract investment, increase economic activity. But inadequate funding holds us back and compels us to implement most of our capital infrastructure program progressively over multi-year periods, which delays the sustainable development. We know infrastructure investment should present good value for money to the taxpayer and be delivered on time with the agreed budget. In the course of implementing this project, we pursue ambitions of transformation targets to create economic opportunities for the young people and women by allowing their meaningful participation in the entire value chain of our project life cycle. At the heart of planning this program is the affirmation of the district municipality as coordinating agents of national and provincial development objectives, thus bringing to life the district development model, which is the new regime we believe deserve some academic inquiry from yourself into potential of IGR game changer. It is worth mentioning that our growth and development is embedded in the spatial dynamics to undo the legacy of apartheid and make rural areas more attractive to residents who may want to migrate for the services, better land use, social amenities, and other conveniences which might pose themselves towards our communities in a way. And we are seeing the trends of residents, young and old, moving to the villages to build and settle over there. In the past, as we were driving towards University of Limpopo, which was known as Tefluop, the areas around that area were just barren land. But today, as we drive, we see mission houses, very beautiful settlements, which is a clear affirmation that people are actually moving away from towns to the rural areas. And it is upon you to make sure that you assist in ensuring that people understand that very well. We are supporting their dreams by accelerating basic services and working with traditional authorities in the allocation of site for the residential and business purposes and create socio-economic opportunities in the rural areas. We may be a rural district with a high unemployment rate in the country, but we are making strides to leverage our huge potential in retail and agricultural to create opportunities and increase our local economic output, which currently stand at 24% contribution towards the economy of Limpopo province. Ladies and gentlemen, another critical challenge that threatens our development gains is the phenomenon of climate change, which we no longer speak of it in future tense. It is here. The disaster we see across the country are an expression, and when it meets as unprepared communities and poor spatial planning, the result is a trail of destruction. When disaster befall us, they cost millions in recovery efforts to rebuild infrastructure and restore services. And if left ignored, climate change can threaten the sustainable development gains made by this government and its ability of our community to develop and thrive. The effects of intensifying for us as local government, the impact is felt in our water resource, agricultural sector, and the environment. Dry seasons are getting drier now, hot seasons are getting hotter, thus putting the water resource under severe strain, and households and farmers suffer the most as they have to contend with a drought and diminished capacity of agricultural production. Another causal challenge that threatens our sustenance is the question of air quality, which affects every living being on this planet, and the demands of which demands our collective efforts in one way or the other. We are therefore delighted these challenges continue to receive attention from the academics, and we commend the faculty for continued contribution to the scholarship they offer towards getting solutions to the challenges that we're facing. Our mission as local government is clear: to identify sustainable solutions that can lead to cleaner air, healthier communities, and more sustainable future. The presentation and knowledge sharing here will not only deepen our understanding of the issues at hand, but also help us explore the outbreaking technologies, cutting-edge research, and policy initiatives that can drive a meaningful change in our society. We need no reminder that sustainable development requires government and universities or other institutions of higher learning to deal with economy, social, and environmental effects in a mutually reinforcing programs. With these few words, let me again appreciate the opportunity Capricorn District Municipality had been given to come and be with you. We hope that the ideas that will be shared amongst you will input very well in our future of working together as a nation in getting the solution for the future generation. I thank you, Program Director.
thank you very much to the councillor and the mayor, Calvin Masoha, for such a moving speech and presentation. I think when you were presenting, it quickly came to my mind how Tata Nelson Mandela once said, education is a powerful weapon that we can use to change our world. He also did indicate that it is a weapon that we can actually use, that the son or the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor one day. And maybe the son of a mine worker can become the president of a nation. What you were indicating is actually just indicating how important education is. What does education do? It improves you. Education is not about you memorizing things. It's about you having a structured way of dealing with problems. All these challenges that you were mentioning to do with agriculture, climate change, the quality of the air that we are breathing, they call upon us as academics, as students, to find means and ways. We must not look to the West for solutions. If we don't solve our own problems, no one is going to solve them. We know right now that solutions that we have tried to adopt from other nations, or maybe from organizations like the IMF, have not worked. If you look at programs like your ESAP, structural development programs that we have tried to apply in Africa, I think Zambia tried to do that, Zimbabwe tried to do that. They didn't solve our problems. It tells us that, like what the councillor was telling us, we need to be us that are solving our own problems. We know what we are struggling with, and if we don't actually acknowledge that, we will not find solutions for Africa. Those solutions can best be done by you because you know what is at your best interest. When someone comes and tries to change this, they may not necessarily give us the solution. So thank you very much, Councillor. We really appreciate the indications that you have made. We also understand. And my prayer one day is that there actually has to be much communication between leaders of communities and municipalities and even mayors with the university, so that whatever research output we get can also infiltrate into maybe the decisions and the policies that you are making. If that can actually be enhanced, we will be able to find quick solutions and solve our own challenges. Thank you very much. At this moment, we are then going to have some 5 minutes of a photo shoot, and then after that, we will move into our first session of presentations. So I'm going to request that our delegates will come and we do a photo shoot for the next few minutes. Thereafter, I will introduce the chair of the first session. Maybe for more direction, first and foremost, let me also acknowledge a few colleagues that are joining us. We do have Prof. Lisiba Rafapa, who is the research professor in the Faculty of Humanities, who is joining us. There is Prof. E. Sokwe, is a professor at UNISA and the visiting professor also at the University of Lincoln in the UK. And then we do have Mr. Mutsei, who's the chairperson of the Black Management Forum in Limpopo. These colleagues are also joining us, and I really want to acknowledge you and thank you for forming part of this gathering and research day. Now, all the individuals that I've mentioned together with all our delegates, I want to request you, if you could maybe stand and outside that door, there are steps, that's where the photo shoot is going to be done. And including as well our directors from the school. Thank you very much. So that's where the photo shoot is going to take place. If we may just please go for the photo shoot now so that we don't lose time. Sorry? No, I said the delegates. Only the delegates and the individuals that I've mentioned, including the directors. The selected delegates that I've mentioned. If we may please take our seats so that we can move into the first session. If we may all please take our seats. So today we are looking at 30 presentations that we are going to have. As what the Dean, Executive Dean has already indicated, we are having honors, masters, and doctoral students that will be presenting, and they are not in any particular order. But what we must all appreciate or understand is that for each and every presenter, you only have 15 minutes. If your 15 minutes is over and you have not completed, please respect the schedule. We need to be having a timer. Okay, there is a timer in front. So whenever she indicates or we indicate to you that it's time up, please respect that. So you need obviously to have practiced to make sure that you are speaking within 15 minutes. And in front of you here is actually a clock that will show you that you have got time. So you will be seeing the clock here. It will indicate to you if your 15 minutes is over. So the chair for the first session is Mr. Lipiana, who is the HOD of taxation in the School of Accountancy. You can please come forward. So you will be chairing this first session. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gents. All protocols observed. And good morning to our researchers of the most financially strong faculty. As we know, everything happens in the economy, and it is governed by law, and it is accounted by leadership. With those words, I will ask for our speakers to be guided by time. There's already been indicated that we have a TV right in front of us, which will show the time that you have. And we will try to be as strict as possible with our time. Thank you so much. Anyone that has not yet submitted their slides, please remember to send them to fml.researchday@ul.ac.za. I'll repeat that, fml.researchday@ul.ac.za. For programs, you can scan right on your, the document that is on your lanyard. There will be a QR code right there. If you scan that QR code, it will take you to the program for the day. And just for clarity in terms of time, you will have 10 minutes for the presentation, and there will be 5 minutes for questions. Please stick to the time. We are already running behind the clock, so we will try to be stricter in terms of that. And I've also been requested to remind our presenters that there will be adjudicators in the room. You do not know them, we do not know them as well. So you cannot use a brown envelope today. In South Africa, we know that normally if you want something, you must pop out Coke, right? But today, Coke does not work. So please do the best that you can in terms of your presentation. And you will be judged based on different categories, so I was also requested to remind you of that. There are 3 categories that you will be awarded for. The first one is for our junior postgrads and undergraduate students. They are categorized under 1 category. So our honor students and undergraduates, our bachelors, they are under 1 category, and then we'll have another category for masters. And the last one is for doctorate students. And leaders, please do the best that you can in terms of your presentation. If we like the way that you smile as you're presenting, there's also a gift for that. Okay. That being the case, I'm going to request that our first speaker comes to the front, Mojapelo MR.
I can't see it. Is it on?
No, not yet. I think as soon as you start, it will be on.
And then how do I switch slides? I'm technologically shy.
Okay, I think it's this button is over here.
Which ones? Up,
Down.
down.
Yeah. Down, you're going to the next one.
Okay, I thought it was going to be displayed.
I think it will. Yes, you're present.
Then the timer,
10 minutes.
the screen is not on, I can't see. Okay. Good day, colleagues. I go by the names of Regual Mojapelo. I'm a PhD candidate under the Department of Mercantile and Labor Law under the School of Law. The title of the research that which I will be presenting, or the paper, is the 4-day work week in pursuit of a decent work agenda in South African employment law. I chose this topic, colleagues, to try and raise an awareness with you as academics so that I can spike an interest so we can join hands in this journey of researching on the feasibility of reducing the current working hours to the international standards of 4-day working week, as this proposal is now gaining traction internationally. Now, through this presentation, colleagues, I will in a nutshell be exploring the implications and intricacies of this ongoing proposal, which I've just mentioned to be making rounds in the international spheres. Now, there is a group of companies, colleagues, which are currently lobbying for a program that is termed as the Pioneer Pilot Program. In a nutshell, colleagues, this program seeks to reduce the standard working hours to a minimum of 4 working days instead of the traditional 5. Now, this proposal, colleagues, is primarily premised on purely business ambitions of increasing productivity, with the hopes that when you give workers more time away from work, they return to work well rested, happier, and thus become more productive in their daily work roles. Now, inasmuch as it was purely designed by a group of private organizations for private gains, it also in a way constitutes a positive step towards the attainment of decent work agenda, and as well as towards the general well-being of workers. Now, this term of decent work, colleagues, it was defined by Professor C.I. Chose as conditions of work that are characterized by conditions of freedom, equity, and justice. While on the other hand, the International Labour Organization also defines it as a multidimensional aspect, which defines work that is characterized by conditions that which are also accommodating of employees' work-life balance. Now, this proposal, colleagues, it's not just an idea that is still existing in the mind of those that conceptualized it. It is currently in the process of being pursued. Already we have a few nations such as Belgium and Portugal who have already incorporated it as part of their national laws, with other states also, which are European countries, who are currently underrunning trials first so that they can test its feasibility on their own jurisdictions prior to them formally implementing it as part of their national laws. Now, colleagues, what is this 4-day work week and what does it entail? How did it come about? This proposal, colleagues, is not new. It actually was conceptualized back in the 1930s by the famous Kellogg's company that which produces cereal. It has never gained so much traction until recently, after the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. As you all know, colleagues, when people find themselves faced with morbid conditions, they tend to find it more harder and harder to accept old mode of thought which rationalize collapsing systems. And as such, also, we also underwent a morbid condition internationally by way of COVID-19, which forced us to sit back and reevaluate how we work, including the great migration of work from home, as well as the office hybrid and other modes of work, which were then implemented as a countermeasure against the COVID-19 pandemic in attempt to resume productivity and to try and salvage whichever employment which was left at the time. Now, colleagues, how does this proposal boost productivity? Firstly, they give workers 100% of their salaries, but only allowing them to work 80% of their ordinary working time, but yet expecting them to produce 100% of the ordinary productivity that which they were producing in their current working hours. Hence, this proposal is premised on the rule of 100-80-100, which I've just explained. Now, it might sound a bit too good to be true, or rather not making sense as to how is it possible that when we reduce the working hours of workers, how then do they become more productive, whereas they were failing to show the same productivity while having ample time to do that work? Well, in UK, through the trials that which were run there, the outcome demonstrated an increase in 1% of productivity. Such trials were held in 2020 and over a space of 6 months. Now, after the completion of that trial, the overall productivity of UK markets increased with 1%. Now, with Sweden, we saw a much higher increase, which increased in 4%. With Sweden, they decided to choose a different approach. Instead of implementing the 4-day work week, they just decided to cut the ordinary working hours from 8 hours a day to 6 hours a day. Just that difference in 2 hours cut produced an overall outcome of 4% in productivity. Now, those that were part of this team that which were running these trials recorded that as per their observations, the major reason why the productivity increased, it was because it was based on observations such as reduced sick leaves, reduced occupational injuries, which resulted from workers being more rested and thus coming to work more focused and even more happier. Now, South Africa colleagues, seeing this trend and development that which was happening in Eurocentric countries, it refused to be left out and decided to take a bold move by becoming the first country regionally or in the continent of Africa to implement this new shift in the form of a 6-month trial as well. This was done through an organization called the Ilanatan, which is an IT company, which also saw an increased productivity such that even the manager of this company remarked that just by mere appearance, the workers appeared to be more rested and they were very productive, and even their client compliments were even more happier with regards to the service that which they received. Now, on the 29th of April 2024, this caused even the Department of Labor and Employment to even now be tempted to implement this on a national basis, but rather they did indicate their reluctancy to do so because of lack of research that is premised on studying the feasibility of this implementation of this reduced workship on South Africa. Now, colleagues, what are the benefits of this reduced workship? First and foremost, it results in more time for workers to rest and to focus on other areas of their lives, such as participating in sporting activities, tending to their family needs, as well as exploring artistic activities and observing their respective religious beliefs. Now, all those facts which I've just mentioned, colleagues, they positively contribute towards the general well-being of workers and towards the actual realization of workers' rights. Just to name a few: the right to education, right to health, right to religious belief, and the right to freedom of expression by way of artistic creativity. Now, colleagues, we can all agree that the right to health is the most basic asset that which one possesses. If you can have a conversation with rich folks, they will always tell you that your health is actually your wealth, because the healthier you are determines whether or not you will be fit enough to compete in the market, to continue earning a living and creating legacies for your offspring. This right to health, colleagues, internationally it was first conceptualized by the World Health Organization through their preamble of their constitution, which was passed in 1946, which entailed that the right to health refers to a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not just only being limited to the absence of disease or any other ill infirmities. Now, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as the major source of all human rights, also followed suit in 1948, when through its Article 25 mentioned that right is also part of the adequate standard of living. And although, colleagues, there is a common misconstruction of this right to health being only limited to having access to infrastructures that are commonly associated with the provision of healthcare facilities, this right, colleagues, also entails a variety of factors that assist one to lead a healthy lifestyle. One of those, colleagues, is just being afforded enough time for you to participate in sporting activities, or rather just being given enough time to rest. Now, colleagues, the second aspect is the right to education, which is granted in terms of Section 29 of the Constitution. Now, colleagues, this right must not be misunderstood to only being limited to formal education that which one receives by sitting down in formal structures. Pardon? Okay, I'm being told that I'm running out of time, so I will just deal with my conclusion, colleagues. As I've depicted with the rights that which I so far managed to address, as part of my conclusion, colleagues, it is quite clear that actually reducing the hours of work that which workers work plays a significant role towards the actual realization of their various rights. It is therefore submitted that South Africa ought to also draw reference, or rather draw lessons from other jurisdictions such as Portugal and Belgium, which then now incorporated as part of their laws as a right, the right for employees to negotiate for reduced working hours, but yet also undertaking to provide the same productivity. That is, in a nutshell, to say this right must not only be applicable across board, because with regards to certain industries, such might not be feasible, or rather with regards to certain individuals, they might prefer taking their pace slowly when doing their work, but for others, those that which can, of course, they can work under pressure just so that they can earn extra days off from work to attend to their other needs. Now, with Portugal, colleagues, it went an extra mile in reducing this for workers that which work remotely, or rather home workers, in a way that it provided such workers with a right to disconnect, or rather to have what we call an offline period, which is a period upon which employers are not actually allowed to communicate either by way of calls or emails with their respective employers outside the ambit of their ordinary working hours. And it further showed its seriousness in protecting this right by further illegalizing such communications between employers and employees outside the hours of work, despite them not being physically present at work. Now, colleagues, with all those lessons, I'd like to also encourage members of the academia who come from various fields of studies to also use whichever equipments that which they've been equipped with as their tools of analysis in research, to also assist us in joining hands towards studying the feasibility of this Eurocentric approach of reducing the hours of work to test whether or not such can be physically carried out in the South African terrains. I thank you. How does it work? You point or I point?
No, you can point. You can.
I do it.
Okay, ladies and gents, can we have questions? We have run out of time. The time is supposed to be 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. That is how the 15 minutes is structured. Are there any questions for Mr. Mjapelo?
In the absence of questions, let me leave.
Okay, I think the presentation was so good that there are no questions. Can we, please don't go. Please don't go. Please don't go. Yeah. I'm going to need to then call onto stage the next speaker. Like I mentioned earlier on, that if we like your smile, you're also getting a gift. I believe that he smiled enough, so we're going to give him a gift as well. Okay, our next speaker is Mohangwa. I apologize if I pronounce the surname incorrectly. HL. Are they here? Okay, thank you so much.
Colleagues, students, when we say 50 minutes, please let it be 50 minutes. 10 minutes is for your presentation. 5 minutes is for questions and answers. Because what we are using to evaluate you, it has 4 areas. The area on your abstract, on your presentation style, and questions and answers. Therefore, if you present for the whole 15 minutes without giving people a chance to ask you questions, it means you are not going to be evaluated on the 4th one. Therefore, let us stick to this time. Time is there for the presenter, time is here. No one is supposed to tell you that it's time up. Time is there. Please, let us adhere to that.
I'm going to show you a presentation just now. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Stati. And next on our speaker list is Ms. Mohangwa. And your 15 minutes, are we ready? Timekeeper. Yes.
I'm going to use this.
This one. This one. Yeah.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes, that's it.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Mohangwa Lucy from the University of Limpopo. I'm currently pursuing Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Business Management under School of Economics and Management, Department of Business Management. Today, I'll be presenting on the topic titled, The Adoption of Artificial Intelligence for Demand Forecasting for Shipment Tracking in Supply Chain Management within Small Medium Enterprises. I will be taking you through the introduction, which will shed light on the topic mentioned. The research purpose was to apprise the efficacy and viability of adopting artificial intelligence-driven solutions in small, medium enterprises for enhancing demand forecasting on accuracy and optimizing shipment tracking processes. The study inspiration was guided by the potential transformative impact that produced a operational efficiency for optimizing inventory levels and reducing the risk of stockouts and overstocking through AI logarithms. Artificial intelligence has emerged as a transformative force in supply chain management, offering small and medium enterprises unprecedented capabilities to optimize operations, improve efficiency, and enhance decision-making processes. Specifically, AI technologies applied to demand forecasting and shipment tracking are reshaping how SMCs manage their supply chains, enabling them to navigate complex challenges and seize competitive advantage in today's dynamic business environment. Supply chain management is crucial for SMCs to ensure seamless flow of products and services from suppliers to customers, thereby driving operational performance and customer satisfaction. And the objective of the study was to determine whether enterprise characteristics, entrepreneurial characteristics, and enterprise resources affect the adoption of artificial intelligence in demand forecasting for shipment tracking in supply chain management for enterprise success within small, medium enterprises. On the problem statement, the sustainability of SMCs is of vital importance to the socio-economic development of South Africa. In the South African context, many SMCs do not move from existent stage, which is the first stage of growth, to the subsequent stages such as survival, success, takeoff, and resource maturity. As such, it is believed that many of these SMCs do not survive in their first years of operation and thus do not provide their benefits to the society. The adoption of artificial intelligence for demand forecasting and shipment tracking in supply chain management within SMCs affect a broad spectrum of stakeholders, ranging from internal management, employees to external partners, customers, and regulatory bodies, also investors. The desired state involves SMCs achieving full integration and utilization of AI-powered solutions for demand forecasting and shipment tracking. Currently, SMCs typically rely on traditional methods for demand forecasting, such as historical data analysis, sample statistical models. And these methods often result in accurate predictions due to their inability to incorporate complex variables such as market trends, seasonality, and sudden demand spikes, and shipment tracking in SMCs often involves manual processes and basic logistics software, leading to delays, insufficiencies, and increased operational costs. And on the theoretical literature, we have technology acceptance model on artificial intelligence. The technology acceptance model was developed by Fred Davis in 1986 while he was a doctoral candidate at the Salon School of Management at MIT. In this study, term was used to assess the ease of integrating AI systems into existing infrastructure, user interferences, training requirements, and the overall learning curve. We also have social penetration theory on entrepreneurial characteristics. The social penetration theory was developed by Erwin Altman and Dallas Taylor. In this study, social penetration theory was used to offer available frameworks for understanding the interpersonal dynamics, communication patterns, and the relationship development process that influence the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies within SMC's supply chain management. Here on the conceptual framework, we have the variables that affect the adoption of artificial intelligence. We have variables including enterprise characteristics, enterprise resources, and entrepreneurial characteristics. And under enterprise characteristics, we have organizational size, type of the organization, and the age of the organization. And on the enterprise resources, we have human resources, physical resources, and financial resources. And on the technological resources, access to advanced technology enables SMCs to handle large volumes of data and integrate AI solutions seamlessly into their supply chain management processes. And on the entrepreneurial characteristics, we have the knowledge of the owner about the internet, the level of education of the manager, and the age of the manager. In the case of knowledge of the internet of the manager, entrepreneurs with strong understanding of internet technologies are better equipped to leverage online resources, platforms and tools that support AI implementation. And in the case of age of the manager, we know that younger managers are more familiar with the digital technologies and innovation and may be more open to integrating AI solutions into their supply chain processes. Okay, and on the artificial intelligence, we have the components such as problem solving, planning and optimization, computer vision, and expert system. On the problem solving, AI algorithms can analyze vast amount of data to identify patterns, predict trends, and optimize inventory levels, addressing a common supply chain challenges such as stockouts and overstocking. And on the methodology, the study employed a quantitative approach with a sample data of 60 SMCs. A correlational research was adopted for observing and measuring variables to determine if any relationship exists through hypothesis testing. Data was first taken through diagnostic tests, which included the following: Cronbach alpha for data reliability, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test and Chaperone test for validity, and then data normality and descriptive statistics through normal distribution. The results were processed through Pearson correlation, Pearson coefficient, analysis of variance, and multilinear regression. And on the findings and discussions, the multilinear regression produced a positive slope entailing a positive relationship between independent, moderator, and dependent variables. AI enabled more accurate demand forecasting by analyzing immense data sets and identifying patterns, leading to optimized inventory management and reduced costs associated with stockouts and overstocking. On conclusion and recommendation, based on the findings, AI-powered shipment tracking enhancing supply chains visibility, enabling proactive management of logistics operations, and improving overall customer satisfaction. And findings also show that incorporating artificial intelligence for demand forecasting and shipment tracking supply chain management will offer small and medium
Okay, sorry, thank you so much for your presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions? And I've just been reminded to also confirm with the other students, you are also allowed to ask questions. There's one question there at the back, and then there's another one here. Please do not introduce the question. You may introduce yourself and then go straight to the question.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to commend you, ma'am, for an honors level. I think you are doing very well. I think just a comment, what would have then helped your presentation is you could have perhaps considered adding a table or a diagram where we can begin to see your results. Because I think you're speaking about correlations or linear relationships. I think it would have helped to sort of have a visual picture or perspective of what you have done. But nonetheless, congratulations. I think you've done very well.
Thank you. And I have this other. Yeah.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Nalkan Khabane. The question is, what are the key challenges that SMEs face when adopting AI for supply chain management?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. I think the key challenges that SMCs faces will include high cost of implementing AI technologies such as AI softwares and hardwares. And also the lack of technical expertise. Yeah, thank you.
Don't leave. Okay. Leaders, we still have 2 minutes, so we can take 1 or 2 more questions. Okay, there are no other questions. Okay, I believe that you presented very well, and I've been also told that I'm not photogenic, so I'm not going to take a picture with you, but you're still getting your present for smiling, so please go to the back, your present will be given there. Okay, leaders, I think in terms of the program, we were supposed to go on tea break, but we are skipping tea for now. So we will go to our next speaker. Our next speaker in terms of the program is Mahlangu P. However, the presentation was not submitted, so please remember to submit the presentation. And then we have Mojapilu G. Can we have Mojapilu? Okay, Mojapilu is not around. Okay. If you are around but you are shy, please just raise your hand.
And adoption of use. Simply the online availability and accessibility of only the departmental website does not equal to constituting the accessibility and usability to end users. But for the benefit of e-government to be realized, the conceptualization of e-government should be centered on the citizen-government interaction that creates public value through co-creation between stakeholders and public departments. And the analysis and interpretation of what constitutes IT infrastructure may differ, resulting in different ideas and approaches about what constitutes e-government. Stakeholders-oriented approach remains relevant to inform pathways towards consolidating the integration of ICT for public service meaningfully. And it is clear from the findings that general population and different categories of participants are of the view that e-government is the future trend of public service delivery. However, currently, that seems to be the era with the current e-government strategy. Using the case study is the assumption of simply adopting ICT by the government to extend the reach public service and information. So the e-government strategies require effective monitoring and implementation to ensure in line with the Sustainable Development Agenda. And this paper recommend the future research on e-government readiness should investigate deeper socioeconomic circumstances that influence e-government adoption around rural communities. And the research concludes that socioeconomic circumstances are systematic and structural, and it is along these patterns of socioeconomic factors that influence how e-government is interpreted, appreciated, accessed, and used among stakeholders. I thank you very much.
Okay, leaders, are there any questions? I can see Reggie was very quick there. This is interesting, I believe, to him. There's a hand right at the back, and then there's a hand from the lady in front, and there's a hand from a gentleman in blue. So we'll take the first two that side, and then we'll be our third. Thank you, in that order.
No, thank you very much for the presentation. I think one of the challenges that you have alluded to as far as the e-government readiness is concerned is the fact that there is a lack of synchronization. I'm just curious to hear from you, what are the perhaps temporary measures or measures that one can put in place in order to remedy this challenge, as you have alluded to? And of course, you have alluded to a number of challenges, but in particular this one, I'm just keen to hear your thought around it. Thank you.
Can I answer?
Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning. I just want to understand, maybe if you can clarify the issue of your percentage, because under your methodology, you indicated that it's a qualitative study. So maybe if you can just share some lights in terms of how did you derive to the percentages? Thanks.
Please hold the mic.
Thank you. Mine is a comment. Actually, I'm very impressed to have someone within the government not overlooking the digital transformation needed in the government space and within the social sciences. And looking at the research itself and also looking at the research methodology being the qualitative, I believe that it actually encourages more development of empirical research and also the continuation. And thus far, I am and believe we are expecting an amazing transformation within the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the synchronization. I think last week, the Deputy President convened intergovernmental planners in Parliament from the local, provincial and national level to say, as the three spheres of government, we need to start planning together and synchronizing ourselves so that the services that we give should be given to the community as a whole. Like where I work at the Department of Police, we met with the metros to say, why can't we have a force where SAPS, the Metro Police, the private sector, and everybody come together and we synchronize in terms of technology and be able to defeat the issue of crime. So we need to synchronize. It's no longer an optional extra, but also it will save us time and be able to assist us in terms of the impact, quality impact that we want to give. On the second issue of the quantity study, look, it's two parts. The first one is like asking the age, so that you are able to segment people that you are dealing with. So it's that part, but mostly it was open-ended question so that you don't have to channel unnecessary people to what they should ask or not. And the last one, yes, ma'am, I think in government, that's where we're going. Like where I'm working, the Department of Community Safety. If you go into the department, you want to renew your driver's license, you should be able to do it online, and you should be able to use Uber to be able to deliver it to where you stay. Unlike going there and standing in the queues there, it's not cost effective and it's not helping us. Also in terms of the receiving the revenue of tickets that have been issued, government will get more if we use online, people use online to pay because they just don't have time to go out and queue. Some travel a long distance to be able to do that. And if we can be able to improve in this regard, we'll be able to also improve in terms of the revenue, to also input in terms of developing the technology more, but also reaching out to rural areas where people have to use transport, which is very expensive, to come and get services at the Department of Transport and Community Safety. So technology and e-government, I think, is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Boshielo. You're also smiling, so you can go to the back for your pictures. Leaders, if it happens that I pronounce your surname incorrectly by mistake, please forgive me. Someone stole my puppy when I was 10 years old, and they never came to apologize. Can we then have Mohawa W? Mohawa. Okay. As he makes his way forward, I hope that everyone is happy to be here. I see only a few smiling faces over here. Are we still waiting for NSFAS to pay? I think everyone has gotten paid now. So please let us smile and let us enjoy the show. You've got 10 minutes for presentation, right? 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions. I forgot to show your slides, sorry. Let's try to close this first. I can see the presentation thing now. Please restart the time. Sorry, I apologize for that. So you scroll forward, you scroll backwards. This two. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William Mokawa. I'm going to present about the effect of external public work program in South African context, job creation and poverty alleviation. I sent the slate. Okay, this is not the one.
Okay. I think maybe let's excuse you for now. You come and start. Okay. Apologies, colleagues. It seems like there's confusions with the slides. So he has requested that he needs to start afresh. Apparently, Gillian, there were newer slides that were sent to you. If perhaps at the time when you are still fixing that, then I'm suggesting that we move to another speaker. Do we have Mokolo M? No, colleagues, it wasn't stage fright. Move only with these two buttons, forward, backwards. Yes. All the best. 10 minutes for presentation. 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see by the title of my research exploring the implementation of e-government and public service, a case study of provincial government in Limpopo province. Remember COVID-19, from wearing of mask, social distancing, traveling restriction, limited access to office, government offices, and closing of physical schools, not forgetting also our economy in South Africa shrinking by 7% in 2020, marking the largest decline since 1990. followed by the youth unemployment exceeding 60% in 2021. Remember that. And as I'll be presenting, I would like you to carry this question with you. What if we get to be hit by another pandemic? Oh, my name is Maria Mokolo, and I'm a master's student in public administration and management from the Throughe Graduate School of Leadership. The following will be the introduction of my presentation. Governments in both developed and developing countries, in its attempt to reform their public administration from a rule-centered model, it managed to adopt a system that runs more like a business, which ensures that services that are provided are more cost-effective, more responsive, and also allows for an effective accountability to citizens, and thus such include the introduction of electronic government. According to SELI, the electronic government, well known as e-government, it's a process that it's known for producing and providing citizens with the government services using the ICT, as opposed to the face-to-face method, which is the traditional government, and also marked by the characteristics such as the manual paper, bureaucratic processes, and face-to-face interaction. However, today, the Limpopo province has managed to implement its e-government through its provincial departments, using the emerging technologies such as apps, websites, emails, and thus that it's done so to meet the demands of citizens, service providers, as well as their employees. And the Limpopo province implements this e-government through the Provincial Government Information and Technology Office, known as the PGTO, which is attached from the Office of the Premier. The problem statement: according to the South African Electronic Communications and Transaction Act number 25 of 2022, the integration of this e-governance had already been implemented. And also, Sai, in his publication of 2020, emphasized that the country's deployment of e-government has not been adequately documented, which is due to coordinated initiatives, unclear legislation, and also lack of policy direction in addressing the challenges that are faced by the traditional government. And with that being said as well, the lack of introducing the access to ICT infrastructures and also allowing an effective practice of digital literacy. Limited to no research has been done has been conducted to assess the implementation of this e-government within the provincial government of Limpopo to identify areas of concerns, to recommend corrective measures, and also enhance the effectiveness of this e-government. And another issue is that there is no much empirical research on e-government services, including the discussion around how to customize this e-government initiatives to allow the customers' fulfillment at the most basic levels to meet their needs. And at the most basic levels, I'm referring to the rural areas other than your townships, towns, and cities. The following are the research questions and research objectives. The research objectives of the study informs the research questions, and the research objectives are to identify and analyze e-government projects implemented in the Limpopo province, to identify also the factors acting as barriers to this implementation of e-government, to investigate the perceptions of the staff or employees on the implementation of e-government, and also to make recommendations to enhance the implementation of this e-government within the province. And the following is the structure of the literature review for this proposal or this study. And due to time, we'll move to the theoretical framework, where this study will be using the McKinsey 7S model of change management, which will ensure that it influences the organizational performance and also the effective implementation of this transformation project. However, within the 7S model of change management, there is also an understanding that I need to allow you to understand what are these 7 elements. The first is the staff, which will be looking into their capabilities, the scarce skills that are needed to ensure that this digital transformation becomes a success within the workplaces, the style of leadership that is there and necessary for this implementation, the skills required for this implementation, the systems that are needed to be looked into. An example could be an electronic systems, and the structure of the government itself from the national, provincial, and local in terms of cooperation to ensure this initiative becomes a success, the strategies that needs to be there to make sure that this implementation become a success. And lastly, the 7th is the shared goals that this McKinsey 7S model of change will ensure that it outlines from this implementation of e-government. And then the following is the research methodology and research design of this study or this proposal. This study has or will employ the exploratory research design, which will allow for better explanation of the research problem and gaining insight on the underlying causes, processes, and systems of the issue researched, which is the e-government implementation. And then the research methodology which will be employed is the qualitative approach, which will allow for comprehension of the research questions and also encourage more development of theories or new theories adding value to the existing body of knowledge. And the targeted population or the area of the study is limited to Limpopo provincial government through the PGTO attached to the Office of the Premier, and the targeted population are the officials within the PGTO within the PGTO, yes. And that thus includes the 4 ICT managers and also the 11 members which are attached to the GTO Council representing the 11 departments within the province. And the sampling strategy that is employed is the purposive sampling, ensuring that there is obtaining of pertinent information from the PGTO that is responsible for e-government implementation across the province, and the data collection which will be employed in this study will have the primary data, which will be from the interviews conducted with the PGTO officials, the secondary data from conference papers, government publications, and books and journals. And for data analysis, due to using the qualitative data, we'll be using the thematic analysis for the steps which will be followed in creating themes, familiarization, identifying, naming, and revising the themes within the data collected. And the following is the conclusion. This proposal at the faculty level, it's aiming and also anticipating in getting to results such as having identifiable factors acting as barriers to the implementation, clear perception of staff in terms of their adoption of this implementation of government, and lastly, the recommendations on how to enhance the implementation of e-government. And thus, this will be crucial in future for e-government initiatives to also improve the public services in South Africa and within the province as well. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. Can we have questions? There are 2 questions, 3, 5. Okay. Reggie, I think because you had already asked the question, I'm going to ask you to please. I think maybe let's start with the gentleman right there on the right, and then we'll go to Prof this side, and there were two. I can't see the other two this side. Okay, the lady in red and the lady with the blue beret. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. My name is Lelo Ernest. I have one simple question. Perhaps you have it in your document. Since you are dealing with a qualitative approach or study, do you have quality criteria to confirm, verify your result? Quality criteria, I'm referring to issues of confirmability, reliability, confirmability, dependability, and all those kind of things. Do you have them in your study? That is a simple question.
Thank you so much. Can we then move to Prof. Sibanda? Prof. Sibanda, there at the back.
Thank you very much for the presentation, ma'am. My simple question here, what do you think or what did you find out to be the impact or effect of artificial intelligence on e-governance? But I would like also to conclude this by just as a remark indicating that you find out countries like Estonia in the Baltic Sea, I think Eastern Europe or Northern Europe, where that country is regarded as the leader on artificial intelligence and e-governance. But then here, for your purpose of the study in South Africa, what do you think would be the impact or effect of artificial intelligence on e-governance?
Okay, in the interest of time, we are left with less than 3 minutes. Can we go to the two ladies in front? Please just shoot straight to the question. Don't introduce the question.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. My name is Chweni Natasha, and the question is, what are sustainable goals is the study seeking to address to ensure effective transformation in South Africa?
Okay, my question is based on your study significant. Tell us how your study is significant based on, I saw you have a similar topic to one of the presenters, and also tell us your way of responding to the criticism of your methodology used on your paper.
Can I answer? Okay, thank you. I'll start with the last question. Okay, my study is significance is through ensuring that we don't overlook the fourth industrial revolution or this digital transformation within government, because either way we would find ourselves needing that to ensure that services are provided effectively and efficiently, and we remain also relevant to the circumstances, or rather the period we are in, which is within the advancement of technologies. And then the second last question, my research study is actually informing the decent work and economic growth, and thus that being through the structures and also the systems of streamlining government processes and proceedings to ensure public participation, and also promoting the digital entrepreneurship. Amongst others is also quality education within the digital literacy, which informs for development of scarce skills, which will reduce the unemployment rate. And the third last question is that the digital or the artificial intelligence in terms of how it affects the e-government, I believe that within our capacity we can only, I'm really sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. Because you smiled right towards the end, please go and take a picture over there, and you're going to get a present as well. Okay, Prof. Sibanda and the gentleman that is sitting that side that asked the question, the questions will be answered during lunch. Okay, I think we can then move to our next speaker. If I remember well, the next speaker is Modiba MN. Okay, we can clap once more as she rides towards the stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Mudiba Machuni Wagwana, and I'm here to present my research titled Street Trading as a Livelihood Strategy to Generate Income in South Africa. Street trading gained popularity in both developing and developed countries due to its aspect of being able to employ many people in those areas. Street trading is regarded as an informal business, basically, that is used in both urban and rural areas where people are gaining income in order to support their families. And it is mostly in pavements, it is mostly in pavement, it is also in the street where people basically they go there, and it is not part of the place where street traders are supposed to be. So street trading in South Africa has contributed 7% of the GDP, and it has employed about 22% of the employers in South Africa at the labor force. And about 35% of street traders in Seshego has used the income that they have basically gained in order to support their families. So the aim or the purpose of this study is to investigate street trading as a livelihood strategy to generate income in South Africa. So the gap that this particular article is trying to show is that street trading is regarded as a livelihood strategy that is assisting people to be able to generate income. However, with the challenges that they have, they are restricting their growth because they do not get the assistance that they require from the government. So now we come to the theoretical framework that the article has basically adopted. The article has adopted the livelihood theory, which is about how people basically use whatever means that they can use in order to ensure that they have income, or they are basically have the basic services. So the study adopted the livelihood theory, more especially because street trading is one of the livelihoods that most especially the poor or the destitute use in order to gain income, to have the basic needs, and ensure that at the end of the day they have something in their families. That is the reason why the article has adopted the livelihood theory. So now we come to the literature review. Firstly, we need to understand what street trading is, and more especially in this context of South Africa. So people in the past, street trading was in the homelands where people basically were not allowed to be part of the formal market. So in order for them to gain income, in order to assist their families, they ended up creating employment in their homelands using informal businesses, more especially street trading. However, now time has moved on past 1994. Now people had to go to urban areas in order for them to find employment. However, it was realized that the formal market became exhausted to not absorb everyone in the labor force. So that is why people ended up creating employment in informal businesses. However, the areas that they have chosen for this kind of informal business, it is not legal. So again, we need to understand the challenges that street traders are basically faced with. There are many challenges, however, we adopted the 4 challenges more especially because they are the main one. Firstly, startup capital. In order for any business, whether formal or informal, it is very important to have money. However, street traders do not have access to the capital, so they use whatever from their families, from their friends, and also the money lenders in order for them to get capital. However, when looking at the money lenders, whenever they have to pay the loans, it was high. More especially, the money lenders basically ensure that whenever they are not able to whenever they are not able to pay the loans, now they take their properties without their permission. And more especially, in South Africa, they have provided many mechanisms or programs that are assisting street traders in order for them to get income. However, most of the time, the street traders are complaining that they are not getting access because they are immediately denied when they want this kind of capital. And also competition and jealousy among the street traders themselves. Street traders, when they are working in the same market, they basically use the same price for them to ensure that there is balance in that particular area. However, it might be that another street trader might have bought something that is of high value, and in order for them to be able to have interest, they need to create a price that is going to accommodate them. But the other street traders will not allow that particular aspect to happen, which is why some of the street traders, they are not getting interest that is required. And also poor infrastructures. It has been stated that street traders, most of them, they are basically, in order for them to operate in the street, they require a license. However, there are those who are basically not having those particular licenses, and they are not getting the facilities. Even though there are those who are getting facilities, they are of poor quality. In South Africa, they created what we call the Operation Clean Sweep by the government in Johannesburg, where they wanted to ensure that the public spaces are good. However, those public spaces, it was realized that the government decided to sweep off all the street traders, whether illegal or legal. And some of the street traders, some of their goods, they were demolished, and some of their goods, they were destroyed in that particular process. And they didn't even give them the eviction notice that they need to go out of that particular area, which is regarded as some street traders and other authors as unfair. And also there was a case of floods where the street traders, they were provided with the facilities. However, those facilities that they are there, they are not of poor quality. Where they are in an area prone to floods. And then when the flood happened, some of the facilities, they were destroyed, and street traders lost a lot of money due to that. And now we need to understand how the South African government basically views street trading. We are going to look at it in two ways. On paper, the government regards the street traders as a good livelihood strategy to boost local economic development of communities. However, in reality, some of the authors are basically saying that the government realized street trading as an aspect that is causing crime, as an aspect that is causing littering, that is not good for the facilities, that is not good for the public spaces. That is how some authors basically look at street trading. Now we come to the findings and discussions. Firstly, it was realized that street trading is a very good strategy that we can use for ensuring that we generate income, more especially for the poor and those who are unemployed, who cannot find employment. Now, also the paper has revealed that among the other challenges that the study has among the challenges that street traders are basically faced with, starter cattle is regarded as the main challenge. And the paper also revealed that the private institution cannot assist street traders because they require ownership before getting a loan. And the government programs do less to assist the street traders. It is mostly because now the street traders, they do not have access to these particular facilities. And those who are basically having access, they are basically complaining that they are not getting the assistance that the government needs to provide with them. Thus, it can be said that even though street trading is a good livelihood strategy, however, the obstacles and the challenges they are faced become less and assist them to, because of less assistance, limit their ability to grow and create more job opportunities. So now we come to the recommendations that the paper has basically provided. Now, how the paper basically indicates that the government need to review the policies and the programs that they're basically using to support the street traders. They need to find measures that they can basically use into ensuring that even though the street traders do not have access to internet, how about they get access to those facilities? And also the innovation and technology. Innovation and technology is mostly important in our lives, more especially because we are in an industrial revolution. So street traders themselves, they need to be innovative, not depending on only one aspect, but depending on more aspects in order for them to get more to grow more. And also as street traders in the local government, they should have an organizations that are gonna assist them to be the voice in the local government. In case there is the local government is creating policies to ensure that there is local economic development, how about there should be organizations that are the voice of street traders? Now we come to the conclusion. Street trading as one of the informal business is a good strategy to generate income despite the obstacles that are faced at the hand of the government. As the great Mr. Octavius Pukubia stated, small businesses are an oxygen of any economy, which means trading is also an oxygen of any economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mdiba. Colleagues, it's time for her to sweep. What did you say? Clean sweep. It's time for her to clean sweep the questions. Do we have questions? Okay, there's one. Okay, the other one from Reginald, right? Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3. Were you doubting yourself, ma'am? Okay. Okay, so let's start firstly with the, oh, are you ready? Okay.
Thank you for a great presentation, ma'am. My question is very simple as well. Given the constraints imposed by the foreign nationals in South African local economy, particularly in a township economy, do you still believe that South African have a distinct advantage in thriving within the street trading sectors? And if so, what are the factors contributing to this potential advantage? Thank you.
Okay, Mina, I'm interested in the data that you used. You said you're using the secondary data, so I want to know what are your variables. I saw secondary data when you were talking about your methodology. So I want to know what are your variables and your proxies leading to the findings of your study.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Mine is just a comment. You know, when you were presenting, you said some of the challenges that affect street traders, amongst others, are competition and jealousy. And I was thinking to myself that what is it that the government would do in terms of, you know, assisting in terms of jealousy? But it's just a comment nonetheless. You don't have to respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll firstly start with your question. More, as we all know that street trading or any kind of informal business, anyone is allowed to be part of that. And most of the time, when you're looking at those the programs, they're assisting people, all the street traders. However, I think the government should basically ensure that they look at firstly, the South Africans. In case the government provide the South Africans with the kind of help that they need, they will be able to grow. And you know, when you're getting income, when you're getting the money, you are going to be forced. You are going to also know that I have to register my business, and it will basically grow in that way. So I think the government should basically firstly prioritize our South Africans in that manner. And ma'am, you were talking about the variables that I have in my study. The first one, you're talking. I'm sorry, I forgot the question a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay, I have the variables. The street trading is my variable. Another variable is livelihood strategy, and also income is the variables that I basically have in my study. Then, she's not done. Oh, the jealousy. No, we have challenges, but even though the government is some of the challenges might be caused by the government, we ourselves are causing some of the challenges why we are faced with whatever we have. That is why I included it as one of the challenges. In order for it to be solved, the people themselves, they need to have unity in the market.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Naledi. I need to ask you a question in relation to economy. So my question is, how does trading contribute to economic resilience in South Africa, township specifically? And another comment was, you were doing rurals and townships, so our focus, we're not sure if it's specific to township or rural or intertwined.
With that one I'm talking about street trading. As we all know, street trade is not only in our urban areas, also in rural areas there's street trading. That is why I said South Africa as the part of I said street trading in South Africa as a whole. That's why I included. Sorry? Oh, that's the first abstract I sent. That's why I changed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mudiba. I believe once we leave today, everyone is going to start their own street trading. Okay, we're supposed to go to Mola, but I'm told that the slides were just updated just now. So we'll go to Moloto TS. Is Moloto here? Okay, great.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Moloto Tewo Simon, currently registered as an honors student under the Department of Business Management. I'm here to present my presentation under the topic of the adoption of decision support system for analyzing internal factors affecting consumer purchasing decisions for enterprise success within small and medium enterprises in Polokwane Municipality, Limpopo Province. The purpose of the study was to explore how decision support system support SMEs in making informed decisions and influencing consumer purchasing decisions. The motivation behind came from knowing that even if decision support systems has been a keen subject of much research, there isn't much research on consumer purchasing decisions that sufficiently addresses internal sources such as enterprise resource, enterprise characteristics, and entrepreneurial characteristics. During my findings, or the time when I was looking for the topic, I found out that this topic of decision support systems in analyzing consumer decisions, it is the most important topic in today's world. The key objective was to determine whether enterprise resource, entrepreneurial characteristics, and enterprise characteristics affect the adoption of decision support systems in analyzing consumer purchasing decisions for enterprise success. In the problem statement, we have SMEs in the Polokwane area acknowledge that comprehension of consumer purchasing decisions is critical to business success. However, there is still a depth of adoption of decision support system to examine internal factors influencing these decisions. Through collaborations with research teams and educational institutions, SMEs can acquire information and materials for developing and implementing decision support systems. In the theoretical literature review, I have about 5 theories, but then I will just present to you only due to time. One is, the first one is system theory on decision support system. The biologist Ludwig von Bartholomä developed the theory when he was looking for a fresh approach to studying biological systems in the 1940s. The theory system is employed in this study because it gives assessors a comprehensive understanding of integrated programs and treatments, enabling them to comprehend the system as a whole and interactions amongst its parts. The second one is theory of entrepreneurship on entrepreneurial characteristics. Joseph Schumpeter created the theory of entrepreneurship in 1934. The theory of entrepreneurship is used to improve enterprise performance by applying entrepreneurial characteristics and principles. Then we go to the conceptual literature review. This is a conceptual framework of my study. Firstly, I have first three independent variables where we have enterprise resource, entrepreneurial characteristics, and enterprise characteristics. Then we have two in the middle, the moderate variables, which is decision support systems and consumer purchasing decisions. And then we have the last one, which is the response. We have enterprise success. This conceptual framework has first three and middle two, and the last one, which is the enterprise success. In enterprise resources, we have manufacturing management, and then entrepreneurial characteristics, we have innovation and vision. Enterprise characteristics, we have passion and goal mindset. Decision support system, we have internal knowledge database and software. Consumer purchasing decision, we have consumer preferences, purchase and purchase intentions. In the enterprise success, we have project champion and top management support. These first three independent variables, they lead us to, they gives my technology an intervention. Then my technology analyzes consumer purchasing decisions for the business, and then it leads to enterprise success as the response of the conceptual framework. Thank you. Then we go to the empirical literature, where I found out some of past researchers, they found out about what they found out about the decision support system. The first one found out that decision support system provide accurate and timely data, leading to better informed decisions. And then the second one found out that decision support systems enable business to respond quickly to changing market conditions and consumer needs. And the last one found out that decision support systems analyze consumer data, revealing preferences and behaviors to inform targeted marketing strategies. Then we go to the methodology. The study adopted a quantitative approach with stratified random sampling with 60 enterprises. Core initial research was used to comprehend the complex relationship between independent, moderate, and dependent variables. The results were produced through Pearson correlation, Pearson coefficient, and analysis of variance and multilinear regression. The findings, conclusion, and recommendations. The adoption of decision support systems assisted the SMEs by providing them with real-time data, insights, and analytics by expediting the rational decision process. The results from this study allude that internal system influence the actual adoption of DSS that are beneficial for SMEs' performance, as they yield favorable upshot that included time savings, improved interpersonal communication, cost reduction, and enhancing effectiveness. It is recommended that SMEs should conduct readiness assessment to identify strength and weakness, and then also, or lastly, but then not least, it is recommended that SMEs should develop a digital transformation strategy aligned with business goals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I nearly said that was short and sweet, but I don't want to be discriminative. Leaders, are there any questions? Okay, there's a very shy hand at the back. And there's another one right in front. Is it only 2 hands? Okay. Okay, we'll take the questions.
On your theoretical framework, you say that you have 5 theories. So I'm interested in knowing which theory are you going to employ in order to model your study, and which theory guided you in order to choose your variables.
Okay, let me go back to the theories. My key theory is system theory because of my technology is decision support system. So system theory is the one that guided me to use to go through the, or to come with other theories, including theory of entrepreneurship and others. Thank you.
Can you please explain briefly what does decision support system mean? Like, I want to understand, what does it mean?
Okay. Decision support systems, it is a computer-based information system that arranges, gathers, and evaluate business data. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Fortunate Maponya here. She has already addressed one of my questions, was to say, can you kindly elaborate on what they are, the decision support systems, because someone who's not from your field may not be familiar with that. Does elaborate. But furthermore, my question is, what do you suggest could be done in order to bridge the gap between some of the SMEs in rural areas, because they may not be able to easily access these decision support systems? What do you suggest so that that gap can be bridged in order for them to also have a voice in deciding the fate of the businesses as well as leading to economic development?
Okay, thank you. My suggestion is that the country can intervene by providing educational programs to the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can go towards the mic. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, leaders. You will need to understand, we are approaching lunch, so the answers are kept to the brief so that we, the other side is, you don't want to be on stage for very long because you might end up collapsing here. Okay, so can we go to our next speaker? It's a PhD student, Silelo Mi. I hope that I pronounced the name correct. Silelo. Okay, I didn't see the second L. Silelo Mi, M-E. this is you, right? Okay. Just hold using this to go to the next one. If you want to go back, you use this one. Oh, okay. You've got 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for questions.
Okay. Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Slelo M.E., not Slelo me, Slelo M.E. Barry A. Simokwa Gimbalao. They normally say the noise of the frogs cannot stop elephant from drinking the water. By so saying, I'm doing PhD from the Department of Development Planning and Management. So today I'll be taking you through the concept of social entrepreneurship and local economic development in Bolokwane local municipality. So this is a PhD document or PhD proposal. Yes, right. Yeah, that is the PhD proposal. So here I'll be sharing with you our preliminary or my preliminary findings, the ones that I found in literature as well as when I was doing my research on the ground. The concept of social entrepreneurship, guys, it has been there for far too long in perhaps developed countries. But it is a relative because in developing countries such as South Africa, the concept of social entrepreneurship is relatively new. It is not embraced by the South African government. It's relatively new. So I want to check the effects of social entrepreneurship in terms of enhancing local economic development through the fourth industrial revolution. Like I said, social entrepreneurs in developed countries, they are normally recognized because in USA, they say they provided almost 10 million, employed 10 million people. In the UK, 70% of social entrepreneurs are profitable and at least contribute towards solving the social and economic issues. What is the concept? What is social entrepreneurship? The concept of social entrepreneurship includes two definitions in it. It talks about people who are having businesses but also provide the social support to the communities or ameliorate some social predicament at the local level. Another definition says these are individuals who are owning non-profit organizations. Their aim is just to solve community challenges. But with another definition, it says these are individuals that have got businesses, but they reinvest their profit into some addressing some of the social challenges. Then what is the problem in this study? The problem is the lack of documentation of social entrepreneurship in South Africa, especially by local municipalities. Because when you check the LED strategy of Bulugwan local municipality, you will realize that the concept of social entrepreneurship is not there. It is not there. So there is a lack of inclusion in terms of the LED strategy of Bulugwan local municipality. So what prompted this study is the ineffective lead geared towards reducing the triple challenges such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So that is the aim and objectives of the study. Now, here are my preliminary findings. Social entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurs in developed countries, they play a very critical role in terms of addressing both social and economic problems. But before I can give you that scenario, I want to talk about the South African context. Professor Rafapa, you'll know that in South Africa we normally use a dual economic system, wherein we use both public and private sector. But that failed already, Professor Goma. It has failed because how do you justify the increase of unemployment, poverty, and inequality? And I'm one of those who say we will never stop talking about unemployment, poverty, and inequality as long as they persist. That subject will never expire. As long as people are still poor on the ground, as long as we still have got poverty and inequality, we must keep talking about them. They will never expire, Professor Kom. So, we use mixed economic system, private sector and government. But why can't we explore the concept of social economy, for instance? Why can't we explore it and perhaps include it in our LED strategies in different municipalities? Why can't we explore that? We have got a private sector that has got almost, and I'm always saying, 4 trillion rand sitting at the JSE. Doing what? Do you think that the private sector cares about too? Why can't they take that money, 4-point-something trillion sitting? So why can't they take that money and reinvest it, or perhaps fund some of these social enterprises? So you can see now the war is not about you guys. The war is about making profit. The war is about money. So social entrepreneurship in developed countries, they are normally recognized. Developed countries, I'm talking about USA, your Australia, Canada, and Nigeria in some instances, because 443,000 social enterprises have been identified and they have been provided a support. So they operate in a conducive environment in developed countries. Like I said, in a case of Canada, that is one example of how social entrepreneurship plays a role in addressing or comprehensively addressing some of the social conundrums. So I was talking about the definition of social entrepreneurship. So that table there summarizes it to say, what are social entrepreneurship? So you've got models, legal structure, ownership, and those kind of things there. They are the ones that are defining the concept of what social entrepreneurship. So for my study, I'm using that definition to say these are individuals who are making money and reinvest their profit into addressing some of the communities. Some of the challenges. Dr. Mantata in Mangwen is my social entrepreneur. If he can donate some stuff to the university and all those kind of, imagine if we've got Dr. Mantatas in South Africa, we will be in a better country. But we don't have them. But we have them, but they are not recognized on the ground. We have them actually. And there are many. But they are not recognized by the local municipalities. Hence, they must do research. I can do research for them to say, guys, we have got these people on the ground that are doing so much. I went to LEDET, specifically Integrated Development Office. They said, no, we don't know these people. They said, go to see Social Development Department. I went to Social Development Department, then Pologwan. Hey, no. They don't know these people. They referred them to NGOs and all those kind of things. They don't know them. Then I went to CEDA, I went to NYDA. They don't know them. Why? Because they don't do research. That is why they must perhaps come to, yes. So that was the case of Canada. A survey by British Council on Social Entrepreneurship in South. These are preliminary findings, guys. These are findings preliminary, what literature is saying. So, look, we've got this report says we've got 154, 258. Sometimes they call them creative social enterprises, and creative enterprises. So we have them, but there are very few. Universities such as UKZN, together with the provincial department and the DUT, they formed a collaboration to identify these people and provide necessary support. UKZN is doing that. Why can't University of Limpopo do that? Why? I'm here. Maybe we can do that. So these are some of the motivational factors that motivate the social entrepreneurs to tackle or to salvage some of the social woes that exist in the communities. Yes, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if the flower doesn't blossom, do you blame the flower or you blame its environment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have been asked to not kiss the mic. I don't know what that means, but please, speakers, when you are here, please do not kiss the mic. And we are also asked not to be shy, so don't be too far from the mic. So it's like, I don't know if you've ever ridden a taxi. There's a saying that goes, look, but don't touch. Right? Especially when they have coins there by the dashboard. So it's the similar principle. Colleagues, can we have questions? There's one question at the back, another one right there, and the third one. Okay, we'll take them in that order.
Good day. Duduzile Bajok, School of Law. If I may ask, from your presentation, it does seem that these social entrepreneurs, they do a lot to what is similar to social assistance. So my question is, do you think there should be a program on social protection that should incorporate such individuals to be part of the mainstream social protection that exists in the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Jogo from TGSL. What you said, social entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs are only recognized in KZN, Gauteng, and Western Cape. And my question is, what type of recognition for social entrepreneurship are you hoping for? You know, especially because these are people who focus on just a cause. They're not necessarily don't see themselves as a business, even though we may see them as, but they don't see themselves as businesses.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon once more. Thank you for a comprehensive presentation, Mr. Slelo. Given the high unemployment rate in South Africa, institutions of higher learning, referring to the universities, are given a mandate to champion entrepreneurial skills. So my question is, from your findings, I know you indicated that your findings are preliminary. So how can you advise the institutions of higher learning on how to foster the entrepreneurial mindset on the students? Thank you.
Thank you. It was supposed to be the second question. And good morning. If it's still in the morning, it looks like it's in the afternoon. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of issues that I want to raise with the candidate. Yeah. But one, for example, the issue of presenting, it's presenting a proposal. Am I right? Which is an ongoing, perhaps, or an envisaged study. But all of the suddenly, there's preliminary findings. And I thought perhaps it should be preliminary literature, what it got at. So at that level of a study, I think we need sometimes to be conscious with those kind of approaches. But secondly, I'm not convinced with the research proposal that, I think if you go there, the research, what do you call this, research problem, you base it on a material of 2012. And you seems not to be opening it up for different namings of projects that takes place in municipalities. So you just actually clustered the social entrepreneurship. And at some point you find that in terms of my LED's writings, then I noticed that there are particular concepts and focus areas that are solely meant for social and solely meant for entrepreneur as a business. Your comments on that, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to request that he answers questions in 1 minute because I had to take 1 minute from him to send the presentations first.
Number one, do you think that social entrepreneurs should get any social protection? Yes, they must. And actually, they must be recognized in black and white. Actually, we must have a section wherein we say, we deal with, perhaps we create a framework on social entrepreneurship so that we provide necessary support to social entrepreneurs because they are not on the database of the municipalities, they cannot get a support or funding from the municipality. What type of social recognition, Njoko? UKZN, the Western Cape, or the studies that I've read, their focus was on the other definition of non-profit. So that was the type of recognition that they receive from UKZN. Non-profit organization in Joko. How do you advise higher institution motivate? We have got a program in the university, what do you call it? That talks to, what? Enactors, yes. We've got programs such as Enactors, ET, what. So those programs must actually try to bring in the concept of social entrepreneurship and try to educate in.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think, we can clap for him. That side towards the back. Okay. Ladies and gents, we are left with just 2 speakers before we go to lunch. I'm just going to try to re-emphasize. Please, if you're asking a question, please ask the question. Don't firstly introduce the question before you ask the question. Can we go to our next speaker, Mahlangu P? I had thought that the audience will be less filled with jealous after one of our speakers spoke about jealousy in the trades. Can we please clap for our speakers? Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mahlangu Patience, a PCTA student from University of Limpopo, under Faculty of Management and Law, School of Accountancy. The title of my research proposal is Assessing the Efficacy of Ecotax in Preventing Pollution, as mandated by the Department of Environmental Affairs. The motivation for choosing this topic stems from the growing concern about environmental degradation. As an honor student, I had the intersection of taxation and environmental policy. The ecotax in particular caught my attention as a promising tool that was implemented to reduce pollution, but it seemed not to be effective. The background of my proposal is that since the early 2000s, the issue of environmental protection sustainable development became a topical issue. The National Treasury implemented ecotax collected by the South African Revenue to prevent environmental pollution. Environmental consists of air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, and land pollution. This research focuses on air pollution. Air pollution is a leading environmental that's affecting the low middle income countries. Burden of disease caused by air pollution affect the vulnerable populations such as pregnant women, The problem is that environmental tax remained a key policy for pollution reduction, but their effectiveness was uncertain. The reason behind this is that it's difficult to achieve environmental protection through a single environmental tax. Additionally is that environmental affairs do not monitor whether environmental tax charge was levied according to environmental damage caused, as it's not easy to measure pollution. Research question: what is the relationship between eco-tax rates and pollution measures? What are the effects of eco-tax on the reduction of air pollution in urban areas, and how does this impact public health? The objectivity of assessing the efficacy of the environmental tax in preventing pollution as mandated by the Department of Environmental Affairs are to evaluate the impacts of eco-tax on environmental pollution in alignment with the Department of Environmental Affairs mission, and to assess whether the effectiveness of eco-tax in reducing pollution and promoting environmental sustainability. The significance of the study, it will provide this research will provide information to the Department of Environmental Affairs on how to impose an eco-tax levy on polluters without negatively impacting underprivileged population. Additionally, it will guarantee that polluters understand the eco-tax law enough to abide by rules and policies. In practical sense, the study will contribute by developing more of effective pollution prevention policies, which will assist in the reduction of pollution and improve the health condition of vulnerable populations. Literature review. This study is guided by the environmental economic theory, which is the theory that provides a conceptual framework for understanding the relationship between the economic activity and environmental policies, such as eco-tax. There is still a huge gap between the current pollution and the national ambient air quality standard. It was estimated that 4.2 million premature deaths are globally linked to air ambient pollution, mainly from lung cancer, heart disease, and acute respiratory infection in children. The study by Bujek et al. 2021 showed that the role of environmental taxes has increased significantly, but their action is limited. According to Carlos et al., found that the implementing of environmental tax on the 1st of January 2018 in China has been experiencing an increase in environmental investment. The study by Masondo 2021 indicates that the eco-tax alone, it cannot prevent pollution. Methodology. Quantitative methodology, it will be applied in the study, and then the survey design will be chosen. The participants will be the members of environmental affairs. The relevant population for the study, it will be the members of environmental affairs. Sampling the population will be divided in subgroups based on geographic location, specific environmental issues, and area of expertise. Data will be collected through survey questionnaire, which will be sent online via the email due to time constraint. And the data that will be used in the study is the primary data, and the correlational analysis statistics will be used to analyze data. The SPSS will be used to calculate the correlation to examine the strength and direction of relationship between the air pollution and eco-tax revenue, environmental output and air pollution levels and population. Environmental affairs members who will be participating in this survey, their privacy will remain confidential, and approval from track would be needed as sensitive information will be accessed or monitored. The study will be limited to the members of environmental affairs. Thank you.
Okay, that was sweet and short. I don't know if that still discriminates, but we can take questions. Okay, there's two questions. Okay, we can start with the right in front. Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Maria, and mine is a comment. For an honors level, that was very impressive, and I am actually happy with also the research methodology used there. And other than that, the presentation was really effective. Thank you.
interested in knowing the results based on your correlation because you indicated that you did run the correlation, but then we did not see how your model or the approach was, however, not violated based on the results you found.
Please repeat.
The correlation, your correlation results. You said you.
I said there is already correlation.
Okay.
Please repeat your question.
Going back to your correlation analysis,
Okay.
you did not tell us how are your variables correlated, and was there not any of violation based on the results? Because like it can be said that something it is true whereas it is not true. So we want to know how did you justify your findings based on that?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is still a proposal, it's still an ongoing study.
Colleagues, we still have 7 minutes. Professor Mkwena, now you can ask a long question. No, I'm kidding. Leaders, if we do not have any further questions, can we then clap hands for her as... Please go to the back. Okay, thank you very much. I think we are running for lunch. There is rehabilitation in our presentation, so it does happen that one can be rehabilitated. Can we please have Mohawa? Mohawa? Oh, he's coming. Okay, we can clap for him once again. He will be our last speaker for the session, and then after him, we will go for lunch. The rules for presentations were already presented to you, sir, so I'm not going to repeat them. Okay, no, I can't. Okay, can we have assistance with the chair sides doing that thing again? Is that the correct answer? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Good day once again. My name is William Mohawa from the School of Economics and Management. I'll be presenting about the effect of extended public work program in South African context, a strategy for job creation and poverty alleviation. Unemployment in South Africa poses a serious challenge, more especially in rural communities of Limpopo province, where many people are still subjected to being unable to find employment. Trying to cap this challenge, the government has introduced the Extended Public Work Program, which was formally introduced by the former President Thabo Mbeki. The Extended Public Work Program is one of the government's primary programs aimed at alleviating poverty and unemployment. On my problem statement, we have a high rate of unemployment in South Africa, low wages, policy implementation, grievance. In most rural communities, there are a lot of people that are unemployed, and this is a serious challenge. And again, on the low wages, there are employees that are for EPWP, which are specifically complaining about having to receive low wages. The aims and objectives. The aim of this study is to investigate the effect of EPWP in the South African context. This study will be achieved in the following objectives: to assess the challenges faced by the EPWP, to investigate the effect of budget allocation, to determine the success or failure of the EPWP in reducing poverty and unemployment rate. The research questions are: what are the challenges faced by the EPWP? What are the measures that can be adopted to ensure that we have effective allocation of budget? Lastly will be, what are the challenges and the success faced by the Department of Public Works as a result of EPWP in Limpopo Province? The study has adopted a fear of change, where the fear of change is a theoretical framework that describes how inclusive community projects are implemented and the issues that impede their efficacy. Fear of change focuses on basic knowledge of the program efficacy and outlines ways for effective implementation. This theory seeks to uncover whether employees working for EPWP are able to find employment with the skills that they gained from the program. We have challenges of EPWP which are inadequate implementation. There are some challenges, difficulties that everyone will confront regarding the EPWP, such as poor planning resulting in lack of adequate implementation of the program. Poor implementation can lead to a serious ramification for project success. In most cases, projects fail because of having a poor planning, which occurs at the highest levels when it comes to failing to properly plan for the EPWP implementation. A lack of planning will almost surely lead to material shortage or delays. Low wages. The stipend that employees get cannot always cater all the needs, all the basic needs. In most cases, one of the issues is that the people that are working in the EPWP have delays of payment. You find out that these people go about a month or 3 without getting paid. So in order to improve this program, there should be a need to improve management, adequate funding, and improve training by proving sufficient resources. Lack of training. Many employees are unable to perform well due to being exposed to lack of training and skills. In some countries like Sweden, for example, it is difficult to enter the labor market with low skills. The main aim of this program is to reduce unemployment by increasing economic growth by means of improving skills through this program. The effect on budget. In most cases, the budget allocated does not cater all the needs of disadvantaged people. People are still subjected to the dire challenges of unemployment and poverty. The success or failure of the EPWP in reducing poverty and unemployment. This program has been successful in making sure that people are able to get employed, in making sure that people that are being disadvantaged, that are experiencing the poverty, are able to get something in return. This program has also been useful in ensuring that the streets are clean. One of the challenges that contributes to the failure is that the stipend that people are getting are not enough to cater all their needs. Some training offered in these programs are unable to acquire jobs after they exited the program, and this will lead to failure in reducing the unemployment and poverty. Research methodology is defined as an approach in the research process where theoretical foundation to the strategy are used in collection and using analysis of data. This notion provides on how the research is planned, done, and analyzed. The main purpose of this methodology is that it gives the direction to the process and a series of action organized. The findings of this research will be beneficial to the policymakers whose responsibility is to develop and adopt new approaches in making sure that they are able to alleviate poverty and unemployment. The findings is that the high rate of unemployment and poverty in Limpopo province has necessitated the implementation of the extended public work program by the provincial government in alleviating poverty in the area of the study. One of the first objectives is to assess the challenges faced by the EPWP. It is found that poor implementation, lack of wages, lack of trainings, and inadequate equipment were found to be the main factors that lead to the growing of unemployment in our country. To investigate the the effect of budget allocation, it is found that budget allocation does not always cater all the needs of the disadvantaged individuals, whereby people are still subjected to the issue of unemployment and poverty. Objective number 3 is to determine the success or failure of the EPWP in reducing the poverty and unemployment rate. It was found that the program has been useful in creating mass employment for the disadvantaged people, although it will not always cater all the people in our community. The study recommends that there should be effective implementation of the program whereby at least, not always in every household, but at least many people are able to get employed after the completion of their programs. The study also recommends that it should always ensure that the best possible trainings are provided so that it serves to invest in employees' career development. The municipality should be encouraged to provide the relevant equipment and resources to their employees so that they can be able to achieve these intended objectives of the EPWP. By engaging with private companies and to fund local projects. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we take questions? Yo, I thought that you are hungry. Okay, we'll start with the gentleman with the blue. Yeah. Is it, okay, no. I think let's take the gentleman in the blue and then Mr. Njoko and then the lady and then we'll come to the front this side. Please keep them short.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Moral Tlhogonolo, the doctor. So I just need to know the methodology because on your presentation I only saw what the research methodology is. So what specific methodology did you adopt for your study? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm asking based on your abstract. On the abstract, you said the country is today challenged with issues such as high unemployment and poverty rate, which forces the EPWP to ensure that it fulfills functions that are not intended to be performed. So my question is, are you saying that the functions that are being performed by the EPWP are unnecessary?
Okay, on the issue of methodology, the methodology that was adopted was the qualitative method. Although I missed the sentence on the other slides, on the other presentation slides, because I had 2 slides. So with this one, I missed it, and I would like to apologize for that. And the second question, the function that the EPWP was that it's not like they are not, let me say, I was referring to the fact that it's not always, they are not useless, if I may say.
Okay, thanks. With me, it's not just a question. It's also an education that we can grasp, all of us. I noted through your whole slides that you associate EPWP as the job labor, what do you call? The general labor jobs. And I'm saying it's incorrect. Take note, if you look and you read thorough until your eyes cries blood, you'll pick that we have passed that phase. When it was at that initiation stage was like that. Now it's an expectation that each and every department has extended job opportunities. So it's a pity you completed the study, hoping that you won't have problems going forward. But the fact of the matter is, we have passed that stage. Each and every department is supposed to have an initiative that actually creates jobs and falls under EPWP. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Promise Siboza. Mine is not really a question, but a comment that you were discussing the failure of the EPWP. I would say that maybe you can try to also discuss the lack of supervision as one of the reasons why the program is failing. Thank you.
Leaders, is there anyone that still has a question? We're left with 40 seconds. Okay, there's one hand here in front.
Thank you. Fortunate Maponya here. What's your take on the contradiction that's there, given that there are some statistics that indicate that EWP workers earn about 2.3 thousand to 2,300 and so on. And the recent statistics released that I checked by the UN says that one needs to spend about 33 rand 95 cents in order to not be considered poor. So are you saying that the amounts that they get would actually be synonymous to poverty alleviation?
Okay, I'm going to need to cut that. We are out of time. I thought maybe you were going to ask in 40 seconds. Thank you so much. You can go and take pictures there. Can we please give him a round of applause? And the question will be answered during lunch, so you can still engage with him. Leaders, we are heading towards lunch. I was just asked to give one announcement. Yes. Lunch will be served at the Lapa, which is just around the corner. Lapa. Okay. If you do not know where the Lapa is, just follow where everyone else is going. They will lead you towards that. Leaders, I think this was a very amazing session. Can we please give everyone that presented a round of applause? Okay, the younger version of me always wanted to win a Grammy. So standing here in front on the stage, it feels like that. Can you also please give me a round of applause? Okay, leaders, there's just one last request that as we leave for lunch, we should use that exit. Please do not use this one, this side. That is a request from Professor Sibanda. Otherwise, from my side, I believe it has been real Please do enjoy the second session. Let us be together with the same energy until the last one. Thank you.
stomach, not to the mind. And that is a problem because you'll be sleepy. So you need blood to go to the head. We are going to start with our second session. I think we did some good job in the morning in as much as we started a little late, but we would like to continue. So we are going to our second session, and the chair for this second session is Prof. IP Mungale. Prof, if I may please request you to come and chair the session.
Good afternoon. My name is Itumele Mongale. I am in the Department of Economics, so I'm going to chair this session. Now, before we start, let me say thank you very much to Mr. Lepiane for conducting a wonderful session in the morning. So I hope I'll be able to fill those big boots that he was using. Okay, now we are trying to get exactly where he stopped, but according to this program, we are supposed to start with Mutsumi CK. We are not sure. Okay. 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 I hope Mutsumi CK is ready. Just by the show of hand, let me see if Mutsumi is around. Okay, okay. You are welcome, ma'am. You are welcome. And then whilst Ms. Mutsumi is ascending the stage, the request is that during the question session, whoever is asking a question, they are requested to stand up, to stand on their feet for the sake of cameras. So that is the request that I've been told that I should request whoever is asking question to stand up for the sake of media. Okay, let us give Mutsumi a round of applause.
I'm not sure where my presentation is.
Yeah, we were not guided with presentations.
Is it possible to get access to it from ICT Lives?
Oh, it's going to assist. Okay. And then they told you about time, isn't it?
Yes, it's 10 minutes and 5 minutes.
Assist us with presentation.
And then the presentation.
This one?
Yes. No, it's not that one. They replaced it there at the end.
You put it away.
Gillian is the one that, okay, it's fine. I'll just use that one for the sake of time.
Okay, are you sure? Session 2. Don't be too far from the mic.
Okay. Yes, this is the one.
So she moves by the arrows, no?
Yes.
Yes, just the arrows. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I hope each and every one of you who's sitting here is doing okay, or at least coping. My name is Khothatso Mutsumi. I'm so sorry, excuse me. I'm also founder of a non-profit company called Their Education, Our Future, which basically promotes job readiness and self-mastery for academic excellence. Hence, this specific topic is something that I'm very passionate about. I'm gonna be speaking about the enhancement of the curriculum quality to meet labor market demands for graduates in South Africa. In every single thing we do, before I start with my introduction, is that everything we do, there is a why. And the reason I am here is because, like I said, I'm very passionate about access to quality education, and more importantly, education that actually brings opportunities and ensures that youth and graduates actually are able to succeed in the market, in the labor market. So, as we know, South Africa has a history of apartheid, and we cannot speak about anything that regards with labor and curriculum quality if we don't speak about the history of South Africa and where we come from. Most curriculums in South Africa use a theory-based approach, which stems from the Bantu Education Act. And I'm pretty sure most of us know that the Bantu Education Act was actually used to, it's an act that actually guided the education of non-whites. And it was actually used to segregate Black people, or rather non-whites, and it provided them with lower quality of education. Hence, I am standing here today, and hence the employment rate in South Africa is where it is. In 1994, South Africa finally obtained its democracy, which allowed everybody to actually move with autonomy and gave them the right to speak and actually demand their rights. In 1996, the South African Schools Act was enacted, and it serves as a large, huge mark in South Africa's education post-apartheid, which is something that is very important and each and every one of us need to be very wary of. And this act actually aimed to mitigate the discrepancies created by the Bantu education system. And the aim of my paper is to enhance the curriculum to better meet labor market demands and make South African graduates more employable. According to Stats SA, there's 45.5% unemployment rate among young individuals aged between 15 to 34 years, in contrast to the national average of 32.9% as of May 2024, which is a very huge concern, especially for us as youth, and why I'm actually here. The implications of unemployment are severe and are directly linked to the country's economic growth. And I'm pretty sure each and every one of us are very aware of that. It is vital to note that some of the consequences of unemployment, which includes increased crime rate and poverty. So I believe each and every one of us should stop blaming crime on, you're Black, It's actually because of what the system has created for us non-whites. This therefore calls for intervention by the education system to restructure the curriculum to better meet labor market demands and make South African graduates more employable. Here, what you see is the prioritization tree, which I recently learned from one of the courses I was doing with Mackenzie. And when it comes to problem solving, it teaches us to prioritize problems so that we can find the most effective solution to that specific problem. So in my level 2, it includes moving from theory-based approach to practical-based approach, which, like I said, it stems from the Bantu education system. Hence, it is important that we move away from theory, especially with the market demands today, because businesses want job-ready graduates. So if you cannot comprehend and apply theory into practice, especially in South African institutions. Yes, they are trying, but they need to try harder given how things are moving. And then when it comes to implementing adaptive curriculum systems, it speaks about inclusive education, or rather inclusive learning. As a person who's very passionate about education, we have 3 types of learners. We have the kinetic learner, we have the auditory learner, and we have the visual learner. And my presentation promotes that we take a more kinetic approach to teaching. So just to give you a brief with regards to a kinetic learner learns by doing, which is an approach I believe that South African institutions should take more. And I'm pretty sure most of us know that a graduate who is from a college, especially if they are trying to enter the mining industry, they are most likely to be taken rather than a person who studied geology at a university. And then also with regards to making South African graduates, okay, before that, I also want to speak about with regards to the adaptive curriculum system. It's important to note that it also means being in alignment or being adept with the changes in the environment, especially with AI and the 4th industrial revolution and the smart machines that came after COVID-19. So with making South African graduates more employable, now I'm trying to endeavor into things like short courses and promoting entrepreneurship. My theoretical framework is based on the human capital theory, which emphasizes restructuring the curriculum to better meet labor market demands and make South African graduates more employable. So with the human capital theory, it basically emphasizes that each and every individual can actually enhance the skills or abilities that they have, which is the whole point of curriculum creation. The high unemployment rate in South Africa emphasizes the mismatch between the current educational curriculum and labor market demands. This emphasizes how restructuring the curriculum to include more practical approach and skills required by the labor market can improve the employability of graduates, reduce unemployment, and address socio-economic issues like crime and poverty. Improved employability could therefore lead to economic growth in South Africa. With the empirical literature, as described by Gumede, the education system still bears a legacy of apartheid, like I said. This system uses a theory-based approach which intentionally provides non-whites with low-quality education. And according to Wood, Howell, and McCarthy, they emphasize that a quality curriculum should emphasize students' ability to comprehend, analyze, and apply academic content in real-life solutions, which is the struggle we mostly find with our current graduates. So also Rongens and Scoop emphasize that the importance, like basically how higher learning should actually participate, especially in making sure that graduates are employable, and also encourage adaptive curriculum systems. So my methodology uses a desktop-based approach, qualitative research method, which basically means that I analyze prior literature and interviews and whatever literature that has been put outside, basically prior research. It encompasses of researching, analyzing, and summarizing of different book chapters and articles. And from the prioritization tree, I have endeavored into a hypothesis analysis approach, which answers the how might we statements. My findings and discussions in this paper, it includes the influence of the Bantu education system in South Africa's theory-based curriculum, the 4th industrial revolution, especially after COVID-19, and these factors have therefore led to the mismatch in skills between graduates and labor market demands. So it is important to equip and empower youth with these specific skills and ensuring that we take a more practical approach to teaching. So my recommendations is to shift to a more practical approach, to partner up with higher learning institutions and labor markets, for government interventions and support through policies and also funding, promote student entrepreneurship in higher learning institutions, the likes of EDHE and the likes of Enactus, and then integrate different learning methodologies. So with that being said, I would like to conclude that employability is directly linked to the country's economic success. And if we are really trying to approach that, then we as South Africans, each and every individual sitting here, they need to now go back and analyze if the curriculum actually allows us to succeed as graduates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. Let us quickly take questions because time is not on our side. Okay. We have Mr. Oh.
No, thanks very much, Ms. Mutsumi. Mine is actually, oh, okay, apologies. Mine is actually a comment. I just want to, commend you for the confidence and being eloquent, especially take into account, because I see here that you are still an undergrad student. So for that, we really recommend.
Thanks very much. My name is Ernest. In your view, what would constitute quality education? To say, here we have achieved quality education. What are some of the criteria that must be met to say, this is quality education? What are some of the issues that we must look into for us to say, this is quality, pure education?
Okay. Thank you so much. I think also my presentation did answer that when I spoke about practical approaches, meaning that whatever we learn in school, it must be something that is actually applicable in the job market. But I would also like to speak in the South African context that English is not a measure of intelligence. So as a South African, quality education would also mean reducing language barrier and actually allowing learners to actually learn in their own home languages so that they better understand and are able to apply the information that they were taught. Thank you.
Okay, we still have some 2 minutes. There is a question from the gentleman here.
Good day. My name is Isaac Ngwan. I just want to ask you about, you mentioned something about language barrier to say students must learn about, learning this subject with their own language. So in university, what are we going to do? Because if you can check from that side, they are paid, and other ones are from that side, they are vendor. What are we going to do in that regard? Thank you.
Oh, perfect. So here's the thing. If you check, every province has a university. So we have the University of Limpopo, which could address the Pedis and the Tsongas. We have the University of Northwest. We have the University of Potchefstroom, which addresses the Afrikaners, and Mahikeng, Namotswan.
Just about to close, quickly.
Yeah, thank you, and what a good presentation. I just want to check, in your own view, do you think the current curriculum that is being implemented at the higher institution of learning caters for differentially able students, especially looking at the job market?
I feel like there's a bit of a challenge when it comes to catering for people with disabilities, which is a huge concern. But I love, especially in the University of Limpopo, how innovative they have been with regards to approaching that by implementing facilities like Rea Khona. So it's gonna take time, but they are trying.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mutsumi. Yeah, I have picked up when she was talking about kinetic way of learning. It is exactly what we are doing here. So thank you very much for that, ma'am. And then our next presenter will be Mutsiri RR. Are you ready, Mutsiri? By the show of hand. Okay, thank you. Let us welcome her. How do we navigate here?
These are the presentations, all of them. So just the second one. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mutsurinet, a master's student in the Faculty of Management and Law in the School of Economics under the supervision of Dr. Tala. The title of my research is Government Expenditure, Foreign Direct Investment, and Economic Growth Nexus in South Africa. Firstly, I would like to explain the key terms on my research for thorough understanding. Economic growth in my study is used as real economic growth that is explained as the total value of goods and services that are produced that account for the price changes. Secondly, the foreign direct investment is explained as the transfer of the ownership that results with the ownership of the retail earnings and the capital investment. The government expenditure is the spending by the government for the provision of goods and services. Moving to the content. Economic growth is considered as an important activity in the country to overcome the problems such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The government has set the target of achieving the 5.5% of achieving the annual economic growth. However, the South Africa even now is still struggling to achieve that high rate of 5.5%. If you can look at the statistics of South Africa and from the report of the South African Reserve Bank, government expenditure had been kept on increasing. And also, the South African authorities has identified the important role that the government and the foreign direct investment can play in achieving the high economic growth. According to the Deloitte et al. In 2023, also identified that South Africa still faces low economic growth regardless of various macroeconomic policies that have been implemented. And also for the problem of having a low foreign direct investment in South Africa, it's also because the government spent little on the provision of investment for the government spent little on the factors that attract the foreign direct investment. But only if the government can spend more on infrastructure, employment, and energy transition, then in that way, the economy will improve and more growth will be generated in South Africa. The aim of this study is to investigate the nexus between government expenditure, foreign direct investment, and economic growth in South Africa for the period of 1990 to 2023. Below are the objectives. Firstly, that says to determine the relationship between government expenditure and economic growth, to examine the relationship between foreign direct investment and economic growth, and lastly, to assess the causal relationship between government expenditure, foreign direct investment, and economic growth. Below are the 6 questions that are in line with the objectives of this study.
Moving to the research methodology. This study is made of the secondary data, where the data was obtained from the South African Reserve Bank and the Contact Easy data from the period of 1990 quarter 1 to 2023 quarter 3. This study, to answer the objectives of this study will use the autoregressive distributed lag and the Grenga causality, and also the EViews 12 will also be used to generate the results of the study. The model specification is as follows. The economic growth is defined as the dependent variable, whereas the government expenditure, foreign direct investment, and the consumer price index will be regarded as the independent variables. And also, this study will use the estimation techniques to ensure the stability of the model and then the reality of this study. Firstly, the unit root test will be the unit root test as augmented Dick Fuller test and the Phillips parole will be used to test the stationarity of the variables. And the augmented and the autoregressive distributed lag will be used, whereas this variable will be provided the mixed order of the variables. The Grenga causality. This will be helpful for the Grenga causality. It will be useful for the fiscal policy makers to know on which variable to focus on in order to achieve the objectives of reaching a high economic growth of 5.5%. And the diagnostic test will be used to test for the heteroscedasticity, the serial correlation, and the Jacob-Perra test that is used to check for the normality, to check if any of the models suffers from them. The stability test will be checked if the model is of goodness or fit. Moving to the literature review. Firstly, the theory of Musgrave and Rostov public expenditure, which was implemented by the Musgrave and Rostov in 1959, was focuses and believed that the intervention of government is able to generate the economic growth. Generally, it normally says that whenever the government intervention is there, obviously the economic growth will be there. The second theory is based on the Keynesian theory of demand that is established by the John Maynard Keynes in 1930. Also believed on the intervention of government expenditure, and also believed that when the government is there, the quantity of goods and services that are demanded by people will be able to receive them. Also, the endogenous growth theory by Solo and Swan in 1956 believed that investment in human capital, such as investing in education, the roads, that is important for the growth of the economy, because indeed, there's no way an economy can be developed without the communication, the availability, for a person whose well-being not ill and have proper understanding. Even a learner at school need sufficient knowledge to be interactive. Moving to the neoclassical theory of foreign direct investment, it was established by the Heckscher-Ohlin model, which believed that each country must produce based on goods that have abundant factor of production. And Kemp in 1964 also shown by the model, whereas one country had the scarce resources and the foreign country had abundant factors of resources. Moving to the theoretical literature. The first theory that was studied by the Babaginda in 2023 is in line with the theory of the Musgrave and Rostow and the Keynesian theory of demand that believe that indeed the government intervention is vital for economic growth, as the studies had reported a positive relationship between government expenditure and economic growth. However, the study of Okoye et al. 2019 and Sensi 2022 is against the theory of the Musgrave and Rostow, as they found the negative relationship. The study of the Azolibe 2021 and also the Kokumen 2021 had found that a positive relationship between the government expenditure and the foreign direct investment, and also they had shown a unidirectional relationship for both of them, whereas they in support of the neoclassical theory of the foreign direct investment. Moving to the results and the interpretation. As we can see that the value of the government expenditure have a low value coefficient, and it is also statistically significant. This shows that as my study has started from 1990, we can look back for the
pre-democracy situation, whereby back then the government was not really like focusing more on economic growth, but it was focusing on like satisfying the needs of the previously disadvantaged people. But then when times goes on after the 1994, it keeps on implementing the strategies like the gear for the employment, and also for the foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment, it provided the positive result to show that indeed is contributing. Looking at the error correction model, which is showing the negative value, it shows that this model or the correction will take place after some period of time, but at a faster rate, and it is statistically significant, showing that if indeed government can spend its investment on factors that attract foreign direct investment, economic growth will be high. The value of the F value, it shows the value of the F value. It shows the value of the F value. It shows that it is greater than the lower bound and upper bound. Even the results of the Granger causality test are inconsistent with the results of the autoregressive distributed lag. That shows that if the government can put more focus on government expenditure, economic growth will be high, and even foreign direct investment really influence economic growth. Moving forward, this study concludes that there is contegration among the used variables, and also policy recommendations are as follows: that the government should make spending on infrastructure, employment, and energy transition, and also encourage UIF recipients to at least start production businesses and remove barriers of foreign direct investment, and also accumulate resources that attract foreign direct investment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutsuri. Well done in terms of time. Oh, yeah, there are questions flying around. Okay, let me start with.
Thank you very much. Gibson Urenda from School of Accountancy. Interesting study. I think your study is even publishable. However, maybe just a word of caution, even to other presenters. I think your presentation is too clustered. So you put so much information in your presentation, you ended up trying to read everything on your presentation. But then you failed to get to the point where you now need to explain to us the findings of your study. And because of that, some of your slides on your findings, they were even very small because you tried to put so much information. So just note that for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Maria Mokolo, and my concern, thank you for the presentation, by the way. My concern is on the barriers of foreign direct investment flows, particularly in South Africa. If you can just clarify us on some of those which are currently existing. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment. For your question, ma'am, the barriers for the foreign direct investment is actually for the restriction of ownership, whereby let's say a foreign country intends to implement a project in South Africa. So South Africa is denied to giving the opportunity for that foreign country to give its ownership, whereas it's also benefiting by hiring their citizens. That is the restriction of ownership that it might exist. Thank you.
My question is based on your results. I want to know how your results differ from existing studies, and all in conclusion of your findings. Is there a variable that led to hindering the economic growth, and what can be your recommendation? And then, since you only highlighted the FDI contributing to only a small portion to the economic growth?
Thank you, ma'am. Firstly, let me identify that these results are the preliminary results. So anything that can hinder economic growth, maybe perhaps, let's say, the government is spending too little on the infrastructure. In that way, the economic growth will be slowly growing. It cannot hinder it. Actually, government expenditure plays a positive role to economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutsiri. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to welcome, is it Ntengwe R? Is Ntengwe R in? Oh. Yeah, you are welcome, sir.
With all protocols observed, firstly, greetings to all of you gathered here today. I am Natengwe Chize, but I felt like that introduction was short because earlier this year when I was requested to introduce myself, I got there and said that when they were asking me what is it that I do or what I'm good at, I told them that I read, write, present, and publish. So, if you can check there, I'm going to present about student entrepreneurship and food security in South African universities, a road towards achieving sustainable development goals at University of Limpopo. So in introduction and background, I hope you still remember what our program director has said to say that if we do not solve our own problem, no one will come and solve them. So in this case, when you are talking about student entrepreneurship, it's just all about a process whereby students, they create and develop and manage their businesses in a way of generating profits and also trying to be innovative. We also have the issue of food security, and when we are talking about food security, it's all about the state of having reliable and affordable nutritious food. So in this case, we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals endorsed by United Nations. So specifically for this paper, the researcher was focusing on Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is aims for zero hunger. That has to do also with the issue of food security. We also have another point where when we are talking about meeting food and nutritious needs, it remains a challenge for students and households. In this case, they also focused on the those developed countries, where in United States it was found that in 2015 about 12.7% of the population faced hunger. And in that case also students were also affected by that. We also have a case where it was reported in 2018 that nearly 260 million individuals in South Africa were affected by hunger, with over 90 million living in sub-Saharan Africa. So the aim of this study was to investigate the role of student entrepreneurship on food security, focusing in South African universities. So the problem statement recently, our Stats 2024, it was reported that above 40% of people living in Limpopo, their main source of income was found to be social grants. And also the issue of unemployment in South Africa was found to be increased from 5.2 million in 2014 second quarter to about 8.4 million in 2024 second quarter. So even if you can even try to check there, the recent studies indicate concerning food insecurity levels among students, where also the Nechilingeza there conducted a study checking the attitudes of students in taking entrepreneurship as a career choice. And according to the study, it emphasized that the government and educational efforts to promote student entrepreneurship is still low, because even when we have some sort of the programs that are there meant to encourage students to perceive this thing of student entrepreneurship as a way to address the issue of food security, students, they still have a low participation in it. Even if you can check with University of Limpopo, last Friday they shared a post that was posted by DIET about the issue of student entrepreneurship development. It was there in University of Witwatersrand. It was about also to say that when you check the historically disadvantaged institutions, only University of Limpopo and University of Western Cape are the ones that are implementing that program that is there meant to assist students, to equip them with skills that they will be able to do what? That they will be able to undertake the issue of entrepreneurial activities. But if you can even check the participations of students there, it's still low. I completed that program in 2020 were few. Even this year, I checked with those facilitator of the program, they still concerned about the participation of the students. So therefore, this study investigates student entrepreneurship role in food security. And this study was motivated by insufficient funding, to say that most of the students, they do not have enough funding that they can use to be able to buy food, because you can even see when there is those instances of student protest. When they protest, they will be saying that we cannot be able to attend classes with an empty stomach. So you can be able to see that students, they only depend on what? They only depend on bursaries, but it's not everyone who have access to such bursaries. So in this case, when we have, or when University of Limpopo tries to implement some programs to help students, they still have the issue of low participation. So this study will also offer valuable insights for higher education institutions, the issue of policymakers and researchers and curriculum developers, to say that we still have other universities in South Africa that haven't even introduced this student entrepreneurship program yet, because it was shared by the DIET. You can even go to the university page, you'll be able to check to say that it's only University of Limpopo and University of Western Cape that have introduced that STEP program yet. So that's the concern of the researcher, because this is all about focusing on the issue of South African universities. We also have the issue of literature review, where we conceptualized what student entrepreneurship is all about. And the theory that was adopted by the study was the entrepreneurial event model, where it focused on the issue of perceived desirability. It's all about how students are interested in starting business. And when you are talking about propensity to act, now is that to say that how confident are you, having the skills that you have learned from those programs, are you able to start a business? And when you are talking about the issue of perceived feasibility, now it's when the student, they take an action to say that we can be able to start a business. So this model was deemed relevant for this study, because it also encouraged the issue of skills, to say that as universities, if you can be able to establish those programs, students will be able to acquire such skills that they will be even confident to start the student entrepreneur. So we also have the part of the methodology. This study was quantitative approach, and it collected primary data. The target population was student business owners. It collected data from about 42 students, but it aimed to collect data from about 100 students. So those Google form questionnaires were sent to students, but only 42 were completed. But that was not really the main concern, because the group that was used was having about 708 members. But in that group, it was not every member who was an entrepreneur. Some of them, they were just there as a buyers. So we also have the results that are there presented. I hope you'll be able to see them. The study was having about 22 constructs, and we also checked the reliability, where there is it was about 0.850. So this data was analyzed using descriptive statistics through SPSS. So with SPSS, it does not really include the zero, but if it starts with comma, you should just know that the number behind is zero. So with 0.85, when we check the threshold of reliability, it should be above 0.6 to show the reliability of the contract. So if you can check this one, you can be able to see that it's about 0.8. So it also shows that if I can give someone from the audience the questionnaires to go and collect the data, they will get the same results. So I have also sampled some of the questions there, which number one, I am capable of effectively overcoming challenges within my business operations. And if you can check there with agree about 16 plus 15, you can check that it's about 31. It's about 82% because it is from 42. Respondents. And if you can even check that other one where they were saying that students, they have access to affordable and nutritious foods, only about 20, which is about 48% had access to nutritious food. So even there is what I've been saying to say, even if the threshold is above 0.7, it indicates the reliability. So in conclusion, the study concludes that university now focus on career preparation, fostering societal pride beyond just guaranteeing degrees, because even if you can check with University of Limpopo, it's no longer only focusing on saying that students should just graduate, but it also adopt the issue of those other programs that are there to also equip students with some entrepreneurial skills that they can even be able to use if they are unable to find employment there. So also the author will like to thank those University of Limpopo students who participated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ntengwe. We've got 2 questions up to so far. Okay, thank you. Let us have the first question. Oh, the third one.
Good afternoon. My name is Tsepo Mahabane. So, yeah, I had a great presentation, by the way. I heard you talking about the disadvantaged students, right? Equipping them with student entrepreneurship, knowledge about being an entrepreneur, right? So my question is, so now since the university is giving out programs for them to have knowledge about being an entrepreneur, so what other ways, because now if they are disadvantaged, but then they have the knowledge, but they don't have the capital to start the business, what are they supposed to do? What would you recommend that they, as the university, what should they do to help those students that have the knowledge to be able to use that knowledge to its full capacity? Thank you.
Should I respond?
All right. What motivated you to adopt quantitative method? And do you think quantitative method really depict a real picture of what is happening? We might say 80% of people on the ground are poor, but do we really know the facts? Number 2, did you obtain, because your audience or your target population, you said it is the students, did you obtain ethical clearance? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was given an opportunity to respond to the 2 questions, and even others, you should feel free to ask any question of any standard without any hesitation. I'm prepared. So to answer your question with that STEP program, right, I have completed it in 2020. Even if you are a disadvantaged student, they give you a startup capital for you to start your own business. So answering that question that has to do with the issue of quantitative research, we have something that is called exploratory sequential design. It is a kind of mixed method where if you go to the ground and collect quantitative information, you find that that data is still lacking something. You can still go back and collect qualitative research. And regarding the issue of obtaining ethical clearance, with our department, what we do for papers, right, we sometimes get letters. You say, we sometimes get letters, we just engage with our superiors to say that I'm writing a study about this. They will be able to give you a letter where you can just go there and engage with the participants, because even with the process of ethical clearance, now I'm doing masters, but I haven't even received ethical clearance. It takes time. So with this thing, you can just be able to get a letter to collect data.
Thank you, Mr. Ntengo. Mine is not really a question. It was just to also appreciate the quality of the presentation. I think the future is bright. But also, maybe to add to what you were indicating, I think the issue of hunger is multifaceted. In what sense? There's actually food that is not necessarily, I was interested when you said nutritious food. to say how did you define what is nutritious? Because there is so many foods that people are eating, they look nutritious, but they are killing people. How did you define nutritious food? Thank you.
Yeah, so with nutritious food, it is not that if maybe you are a student, you can afford to go to Gate 2 and buy malana there, you are food secured. So we should also have a situation where you are able to even balance your diet. You are even having access to vegetables, fruits, and meat. You mix them, you balance your diet. So with students, also just a recommendation that I can give is that you should not only rely on affording the plate at Gate 2, but just also ensure that you buy those fruits, vegetables. In that way, you'll be having access to nutritious food. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Natengwe. Yeah, this man has been with us for many years, so he's doing well. Now, the next presenter is Nkhabani N. Nkhabani. Okay, thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Nel Kankabani. I'm doing BCom Honors in Business Management under the School of Economics and Management, Department of Business Management. My topic is as follows: the impact of transactional support systems for eliminating financial barriers in financial management towards enterprise success within small, medium enterprises in Futahomutubatsi municipality. I got motivated as we all know that SMEs in South Africa are facing a lot of challenges in accessing finances. And so I thought, why not investigating the real cause of this constraint that they come across. Our introduction was saying that given the dynamic nature of financial barriers in financial management towards enterprise success within small and medium enterprises, the article Enterprise evaluated the probable impact of transactional support systems and provided alternative solutions. And the study also endeavors to explore the internal factors affecting the adoption of transactional support systems with subsections that have significant impact. Although, like I said, SMEs have a declining rate of growth and play a critical role in generating employment and revenue for the economy, their rate of failure in South Africa has been traced to poor financing, and they face severe financial constraint. But then, with a profound understanding and conception of transactional support systems within SMEs towards economic performance, customer satisfaction, strategic planning and management, competitive advantages, and operational efficiency, they can eliminate financial barriers in financial management towards enterprise success. And also, the central objective of this study is to establish whether the transactional support systems have an impact on eliminating financial barriers in financial management within SMEs as well as enterprise success. Looking at our problem statement, like I said again, SMEs are known for their contribution to economy. However, they face financial barriers in managing their finances in ongoing operations. As we all know, finance is a core factor in business, so it is important for every company or enterprise to excel in it and managing their finances effectively. And transactional support systems revolve on economic performance, customer satisfaction, strategic planning and management, competitive advantages, and operational efficiency, as I've said. Now, the real research problem question is, how will the transactional support systems impact the elimination of financial barriers in management within SMEs? The research adopted the following theories. The first theory is a research-based theory on entrepreneurial characteristics, which supports, or rather say, encourages entrepreneurs to use this theory to choose the firm's strategy based on the resources they have in hand. And the second theory is a dynamic capability theory on enterprise characteristics, which explains how enterprises can create competitive advantages and build success through dynamic capabilities. The third is a transaction cost theory on transactional support systems, which mainly focuses on accounting for cost of outsourcing production of goods or services. The last theory is a theory of competitive advantage on financial barriers, which is based on business strategy, where it suggests that states and businesses can achieve sustainable access by finding a way to outperform their peers in the marketplace. And we have a conceptual framework which consists of independent variables, which are enterprise characteristics, entrepreneurial characteristics, enterprise resources. And under these variables, we have their factors. Factors of enterprise characteristics, we have goal orientation, complexity, uncertainty, dynamism, financial stability, and on the entrepreneurial characteristics, we have adaptability, we have risk takes, we have innovation and decision making and communication. Under enterprise resources, we have financial resources, physical resources, human resources, intelligence resources, and lastly, relationship resources. And we have financial barriers, financial management and transactional support systems as our moderate or predictor variables, which under them they have their own factors. Under the financial barriers, we have a lack of financial resources, lack of financial literature, lack of financial resources, improper marketing, and lastly, unexpected expenses. And under the transactional support systems, we have marketing systems, operation systems, financial systems, human resource systems, and lastly, production systems. Under financial management, we have planning, organizing, controlling, directing, and lastly, decision making. And then lastly, we have our response variable, which is enterprise success, which will be focusing on the economic performance, customer satisfaction, strategic planning, and management. The third will be focusing on competitive advantages, last, operational efficiency. Lastly, we have our response variable, which is enterprise success, which will be focusing on the empirical literature. I'm saying we have the following bases which provide evidence based on funding and identifying gaps and limitations. According to Chilemboti, which the thesis was published in 2021, it stated that on the topic, a study of factors affecting small and medium enterprises and identifying gaps and limitations. According to Chilemboti, which the thesis was published in 2021, it stated that on the topic, a study of factors affecting small and medium enterprises access to finance, he discovered that major challenges SMEs had towards accessing credit or loans from financial institutions was due to lack of collaborations. They lack securities. And then, according to Lim and Pion, published in 2021, with the topic factors influencing the business success in Malaysia, which was discovered that the strategic planning and management is related to SME success. And lastly, according to Stephen Twitter and Dula, published in 2021, the topic entrepreneur characteristics and the difference in reasons for business failure. They discovered that gender, entrepreneur age, and education and experience all contribute to enterprise success. The methodology, the study employed a quantitative approach with a sample of 60 enterprises where I targeted the enterprise owners and managers, and also a correlation A correlational research methodology was adopted based on a notion that it allowed examining complex connection between multiple variables, as I've mentioned, the independent, moderate, and response variables. And the data was taken through diagnostic tests, which includes Cronbach alpha for data reliability, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and Shapiro-Wing test for validity and data normality and descriptive statistic through normal distribution. And the results were produced through a Pearson correlation, Pearson coefficient, analysis of variance, and multilinear regression. Under the findings and discussion and recommendations, the results indicated that transactional support systems have a direct impact on the elimination of financial barriers in financial management, as encrypted in the multilinear regression with a positive slope. And also the funding have an important practice implication, as it suggested that SMEs can improve their financial performance outcomes by implementing strategies such as cost leadership, differentiation, cost focus, and differentiation cost. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Where is our mic? We have a question here, Mabunda. Okay.
Thank you. I got interested by this other word in your topic, which is eliminating. So, can you please give us at least 3 financial barriers you wanna eliminate?
Okay. At least three, right? The barriers that I would like to eliminate, the first one will be the lack of financial resources, second will be the lack of financial services, and lastly, the unexpected expenses.
Okay, I'm Ms. Mashishi NP, and I have a question regarding your correlation results. I saw that you did run Pearson's correlation. Is there anyhow you can interpret those results for us? Because like you're just concluding on something we cannot see or say your study was based on.
About that, I apologize for the inconvenience. Actually, as I was analyzing my data, I accidentally mixed some of the data of the questions, so I couldn't redo the whole process. So I just decided maybe I should just come and present what I have in hand and try to improve where I can. I'm sorry.
It is still a work in progress, in other
Yes.
words.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We still have a minute or two. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is just a compliment to the faculty, looking at the rate in which we actually promote a quantitative research. Previously, quantitative was not really doing well in the faculty. So just an advice to the presenter that when we do in-text referencing, we don't put initials. I think it was just a mistake, just to correct it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nkabane, for your wonderful presentation. Just go there, there. Okay, now for this session, the first part of session 2, we have now Nkwana I. Nkwana I is going to take us to a tea break. You are welcome, Mr. Mkwana. The stage is yours.
Good day. I hope you are all doing well. My name is Isaac Nkwana. I'm doing a study on the impact of individual holding multiple jobs towards graduate unemployment in South Africa. I have amended my abstract and title and also the keywords there. So bear with me. And when you ask questions, just take a note of that. I'm a master's student in development planning and management. I focused on this issue because I believe there's no one who wants to touch it. So it became my interest. Obviously, in South Africa, we are struggling with high unemployment. In the first quarter, we recorded 82.9% of unemployment in South Africa. And most people who are affected are the graduate and young people, because they are left out of the job market. Despite the effort to create employment opportunities, these people continue to be affected because of what? The distribution of employment opportunities in South Africa is uneven. And according to Mulobela 2023, he believes that higher education and training institutions aim to produce graduates that can think beyond their qualification and create multiple jobs. However, what we are having in South Africa is the graduate that occupy multiple jobs instead of creating employment opportunities. Therefore, in terms of methodology, this study followed a qualitative research approach. In its data collection, I utilized desktop research to gather secondary data. Obviously, I collected data from a scientific database, including Google Scholar and university libraries. This study is grounded by a Spedi proverb called "Banaba mutu bangwatela natlwanaji." Rebanaba mutu, we should share. Basically, the proverb says or conveys the idea that the children in the household should share a head of a locust so that everyone can have something to eat. So basically, the underlying principle of this proverb is a communal sharing. And if someone wants to take more employment opportunities, that means we won't enjoy the benefits of this country. Obviously, the resource is symbolized by the head of a locust. If the head of locust is not shared fairly and equally, it will disrupt the balance and the well-being of the entire group. The paper is grounded by this proverb because it believes that solution to higher unemployment in South Africa relies on sharing the employment opportunities among all the graduates in South Africa. Hence, this paper argues that holding multiple jobs is effectively taking employment opportunities from others who need employment opportunities. Hence, we are saying adhering to the principle of this proverb should become the responsibility of the government. Literature review. Firstly, I conceptualized what individual holding multiple jobs in South Africa. Obvious, it refers to individual who hold 2 or more employment opportunities simultaneously. Professor Nguna can attest that in his thesis found that most councillors in local government are also teachers, and they are also serving in community structure. That means they are holding multiple jobs. Also, it involves signing a contract or employment contract of 2 or more employment opportunities. The challenges caused by individual occupying 2 or more opportunities in South Africa. Obviously, we have a perpetual high unemployment, high graduate unemployment in this way. Obviously, if this person is having 2 or more job opportunities, he or she deprive others an opportunity to get into the job market. We are also having high concentration of experience on one person. Obviously, if I'm holding 10 positions, That means I'm having a train on those 10 position, also experience. That means as compared to someone who's sitting at home doing nothing, you will have more, or you will have more experience in terms of that. We also have equitable distribution of what? Of resources. In terms of this, obviously, if I'm holding 10 position, I'm having 10 salary, in simple term. That means we have inequitable distribution of resources. Also comes through the training and other stuff. And also we have undermining of trust. That means we have favoritism in those regards. Also we have inefficient management. Obviously holding multiple job position requires more time, and sometimes it delays decision making and other things. The meaning of graduate unemployment in South Africa. Unemployment graduate refers to individual who hold qualification from degree, diploma and certificate who are unable to get employment opportunities. Moving forth, we have the impact of individual holding multiple jobs towards graduate unemployment in South Africa. I'm 100% sure that Prof. Study will agree with me when I'm saying if someone is holding 2 job positions, it also decreases the available number of job opportunities, particularly for the graduate. Hence, we are saying it contributes to graduate unemployment. Findings and discussion. I'm sure you all noted that we holding multiple job positions in South Africa creates a problem such as the perpetual high graduate unemployment, concentration of skill in fewer people, obvious, and equitable distribution of resources. And this practice, I believe, it is a problematic because it deprives others an opportunity in South Africa. Therefore, this paper argues that the only way to solve this problem is one person, one job, of which I believe is crucial in terms of reducing graduate unemployment in South Africa. Therefore, the paper also called for more inclusive approach to employment, thereby promoting a fair distribution of employment. In conclusion, this paper concludes that holding multiple job opportunities or job positions perpetuate graduate unemployment in South Africa. Despite the government and various private institutions attempting to reduce graduate unemployment, they will fail because someone is holding multiple job positions. Therefore, the paper also maintains that as much as we have high unemployment, high graduate unemployment, it also contributes towards increase of poverty in South Africa. Therefore, this paper recommends that there is a need to establish a legal framework to restrict or to limit the number of positions that an individual can hold. And it also infers that in order to ensure that those graduates are also included or are also equipped, we must also formulate a mentorship programs where experienced professionals are paired with less experienced professionals. And again, I think there's a need for public awareness or public campaign to educate people about, or employers and employees about the negative consequences of holding multiple positions or holding multiple jobs. Therefore, the benefits of fair employment practice should also be encouraged. As a result, I believe graduate unemployment in South Africa will be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Okay, I can see hands are flying.
No, thanks very much, Mr. Ngwana, for touching such a controversial topic, because sometimes we, as those who are in academia, they normally tend to circumvent those controversial issues. And I just want to commend your study on that. We have to not sugarcoat things, but touch the real issues. Even if they are controversial, it's fine. Why do we have people who are having multiple positions? Why? What is the cause of that? One, it's just a comment. You don't have to answer it. It's just a comment to say, we've got people who have, who are selfish. They are selfish. It's because of pomposity. It's because of self-aggrandizement. Someone is okay, let me not mention positions, but it is purely because of that. So I just want to commend you on that by touching those kind of controversial issues. We don't have to sugarcoat them. Congratulations, young men.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not a question, but a comment. Totally disagree with your study. Graduate unemployment is the lowest out of all employment in our country. And again, saying, holding massive jobs, as a graduate, if you check, it's a very few graduates who will hold massive jobs, because graduates are actually employed and they earn enough, to keep up with their living. The people who actually have multiple jobs are not graduates. And the reason for that is because they need to have multiple jobs to meet the minimum for them to be able to afford their lives. And then using an example of, a teacher who's also a counselor. There was when counselors were not, was not full-time employment. And also, that is not a job. Was seen as a leadership. So leadership and a job are not the same thing, because it's political leadership. So you need to check, the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, I'm sorry. It's Mutsumi speaking. My question is, firstly, I would need clarity on what exactly you mean by multiple jobs, because I could be an intern somewhere and also working online. So I don't understand how am I then inconveniencing another individual with that. But I really love this whole concept. I love this research. I really love it. And I feel like it does exist, but we just need to clarify what we mean when we say multiple job opportunities, something like that. Thank you.
If you checked my presentation, I also mentioned that if, let's say for example, you mentioned something about you are an intern and being an online, I believe if the work that you are working is within South Africa, that on its own, it reduces the number of available jobs, and of which I have a problem with it, because if you can check, most of the time, when they ask you questions at Stats SA, they also ask you questions such as, do you work? You say yes, but they don't come up with a follow-up question to say, how many job opportunities is a person is holding, so that we can know how many job opportunities or how many jobs in South Africa in that particular, so that we can know that if we are having this number of jobs in this sector, then we'll be able to say, if we are having 1 million of jobs, and then most people are not working, people who are working are 500,000, I'm going to say is because of having multiple jobs.
I just want to put in the last question.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the research and the presentation. I just want to check, are you having data of people that are holding multiple jobs, or is it something that is anecdotal, something that you think could be actually happening? Because I think, indeed, like what she was indicating, some of these positions that people may be doing to say maybe you're doing something online, if probably I was not doing it, maybe I'm actually being creative. In the process of maybe you are having a podcast, you're working somewhere, you end up even employing more people by doing such. So are you having data that you can actually say, I've looked at this, these are the people that are holding multiple jobs, and that is why I'm arriving at where I'm arriving at? Thank you. Yeah, it could be storytelling as well.
I believe some of the problems, they do not need the data that you require from me. Because we don't need to, yes, because sometimes you might know, or this is a problem that needs solution. Why do we have to go and backward and forth in solving the problems? This is a problem that we need to solve by formulating a legal framework to deal with it. Thank you. Because most of the time, if you can check this thing of being scientific, yes, I understand we have to come up with statistics, but if I'm the first person to in research about this matter, where I am going to get the statistics? So thereby, I'm encouraging people from economics and other stuff to do this research and get the statistics around that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkwana. Yeah, Mr. Mkwana must remember that we are in academia, so we need evidence of some sort, okay? Thank you very much. According to our program, we are supposed to have a tea break, afternoon tea break for 15 minutes. I'm not sure whether it is ready. The tea break, is it ready? Okay. If the tea break is not ready, then okay. So I've received a thumbs up from program director. So we are supposed to take 15 minutes. When are we coming back? 5 minutes to 4. Is it fine? Because I've given extra 2 minutes. Is it ready? Okay. Let's come back at 5 to 4. Then we start with our program. Okay. 5 to 4. Is it fine? Okay. We are running behind a bit. So let us take our seat and proceed with the program. Now, in the meantime, Baloi NG. Is Baloi NG around? Supposed to be Baloi NG. Yeah, it should be the second session. What's the word? No, it's not in. Noni. Yeah, Noni is here. Okay, unfortunately we don't have Baloi. We move to Nyoni. Nyoni ID.
Good afternoon, everyone. From the research committee, the research organizers who have made it possible for us to have this event or gathering, I greet you all. My name is Innocent Dr. Nyoni. I'm enrolled under the program Masters of Public Administration and Management under the School of Teflop Graduate School of Leadership. I will be presenting a paper based on the topic, the effects of coalition governments on service delivery, or rather on the delivery of services in local municipalities, focusing mainly on the question, are coalition governments the future of South African governance? Is service delivery decaying? Let's find out. Before we move forward, allow me to stress blatantly that this is a research paper that is to a greater length interconnected with my dissertation, but it is focused mainly on the broader spectrum of local government. So do not be surprised. Before you grill me with your questions, please bear with me. South Africa has, for 30 years, been governed by a single-party system, but 2024 has taken a quick turn. You would have noticed that this year, there have been a lot of talks about the concept that I am going to actually deal with, coalition government, which is called now the government of national unity. It will be a fallacy and a great error if I do not touch on that. The political landscape, or rather the politics in South Africa, or the political system, has repeatedly proven to us that there is a greater number, or there is a great uncertainties or high level of uncertainties. And these uncertainties in the delivery of services in the people or in South African communities have or has played a critical role. And these uncertainties, they determine the quality of services that are delivered to the people. We must also bear in mind that the local sphere of government is bestowed, or rather given, a mandate to deliver services to the people effectively and efficiently and in a sustainable manner. But in South African local municipalities, or many South African local municipalities, have proven to us that they have been fighting a losing battle as far as their mandate is concerned. Now, it is also important to note that the concept itself is not derived, or does not derive its origin from South Africa. It is derived from the Europe, and from between, it was found between the 17th and the 18th century. It was also adopted during wars or during crises among numerous states. This concept is actually used to maintain and sustain power among political municipalities. Now, one may ask, what is the problem? The problem is that services, or the quality of services in South Africa, keeps on decaying. The quality of services that are delivered to the people of South Africa is not of great quality and effectiveness. So this is why, or this is the reason why we are going to actually find out, or we are going to dwell much on the concept itself. Now, one may ask, what is this concept, coalition government? Don't worry, don't be anxious. I'm here for you. Now, the 2016 local government elections have or has marked a very significant year in the fraternity of local government, because that is the first time when we realized, or the ANC realized, the decline in their elections. So what happens when political parties do not win the outright majority? They resort to coalition governments to maintain their power. Now, one may also ask a question: is the government of national unity a coalition government, or it is a government of national unity? We are going to deal with that. Bear with me. Coalition government is a new concept in South Africa and in Africa at large. This is to say, it does not have a blueprint, or rather a guideline for its success. Thus, it becomes imperative and significant to explore the concept itself, because this tells us that political parties and political leaders, they operate in the dark because they do not know how to succeed, how to actually implement, how to maintain the concept itself. So, let's move on. The research objective is to actually identify, it's derived from actually the topic itself, to identify the key challenges that are associated with coalition government. So, moving on to the conceptual framework, I believe I've touched on the program. We've seen issues of service delivery protest. This is proof that local governments are not actually delivering on its mandate. We have seen the issue of Hammanskraal, where people were exposed, or rather given poor services in terms of contaminated water. But now, how do we actually find solutions and deliver effective services to the people if we are governed by different political parties with different political ideologies? That's one of the problems that we are going to deal with in this research study. So now, what are the effects? Actually, before going to the effects, let's deal with the issue of South African government of national unity. Here we are going to distinguish between a coalition government and a government of national unity. A government of national unity in South Africa, it was there before, but it was developed after a crisis. A government of national unity is meant to reconcile the nation. But looking at the definition of a coalition government, it says that it occurs or it is formulated only if no political party actually gained or won the elections by the outright majority, which is the 50% plus one. So now, I'm sure that is sparking a lot of questions on you in terms of whether the government of national unity is a government of national unity or it's actually a coalition government. So the duration of a government of national unity is actually based on the time is gone, but it's fine. Let me proceed to the theoretical framework, because time is no longer on my side. The theoretical framework that has been adopted for this research paper is the new governance, public governance, which was born after the failure of the new public management. It is comprised of agreements. It promotes agreements within government institutions. It promotes value-centered, to say that who are we delivering these effective and efficient services to? It's efficiency for who? That's why the new public governance policy or theory was actually adopted. These are the findings to say that the problems within local municipalities or within coalition government is trust deficiency, where political leaders believe that political leaders do not perform their duties in the benefits of the coalition government itself, but in the benefits of individual political parties. Poor maintenance of coalition, no blueprint. I've already enlightened of that. But now, from the findings itself, or from the findings, we can now derive recommendations. It is important to develop structures that are going to guide the success of the coalition itself. It is important that we install draconian or rather stringent measures of accountability, so that we hold these people accountable in ensuring that effective service delivery is actually attained or rather achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nyoni, for your wonderful presentations. Okay, I see the first hand over there. Second one, voice. Oh yeah, Mr. Mabunda then. Okay.
No, thanks, Mr. Nyoni. I have maybe a question and a comment. On a technical point of view, you spent plus minus 6 to 7 minutes introducing, trying to unpack coalition, national unity, and so on and so forth. So I think you need to be mindful of that, because you have used that time to, rather that is the time that you are supposed to use to actually deal with the effect of the coalition government on service delivery. Now, attached to that, my question then becomes, what are the effects of coalition government on service delivery?
Dr. Mkwele.
Mwako Mukwele. My question is one. Okay, I wanted to check. On your title, you had a question, but I failed to get the answer to the question that you asked. Another thing, I would have liked that you indicate in all the municipalities that have been having coalition to draw evidence to say what are the service delivery, what has the service delivery been during that 10. I think it was going to enhance your study, but your recommendation, your title, and your your document are not aligned. So you need to find that alignment so that your document will be good. But if you draw evidence, I think it's going to strengthen your document. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nyono, thank you for the presentation. You stated something that fascinated me. You stated that the government of national unity is not a new concept, of which is true. But the 1994 GNU, the ANC had the majority, and the 1994 GNU aimed at addressing the post-apartheid issues. What does the GNU in 2024 aims to achieve?
No, it's fine. Thank you very much for the questions. What are the effects of coalition governments? The effect of coalition government is that it is comprised of trust deficiency among political leaders that have to actually deliver the services themselves. And that itself on its own affect the quality and the timeous delivery of services. Another effect is actually the effect is poor service delivery it's poor service delivery. So meaning that local municipalities are failing to deliver services because of these trust deficiencies, because of different political ideas, which hinders them to not be able to actually, for instance, approve budgets on time. So what was the next question? What is the GNU of 2024 seeks to achieve? That is actually debatable and controversial, considering the fact that I have said government of national unity is just I feel like the South African government gave it a name rather than calling it a coalition government. So I have no idea, because these are political parties that are actually have different ideologies. They stand for different ideologies. So I have really no idea. It's actually a perplexed matter, and it's very confusing. But I believe that that is why we're here. We're going to conduct more research on that. And yeah, I think I addressed all the questions that have been asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Nyoni. Now, the next speaker will be Mboweni RM. While Ms. Mboweni is coming, we are going to have some changes. I would like to, after Ms. Mboweni, we are going to have Parker M, and then I would like Munjabilo G to prepare for just after Parker M. Okay.
Greetings to the House at large. I am Mboweni Rulani Michelle, and my topic for today is the determinants for trade balance in South Africa. Okay, again, I forgot to mention, I am an honor student registered for economics. So the aim of this study is to investigate the drivers of trade balance in real effective exchange rate, tariffs, foreign direct investment, and government investment in infrastructure for the period 1990 to 2022 in South Africa. And these are the variables of my study. So in an increasingly interconnected global economy, trade stands as a cornerstone for nations striving to secure sustainable economic growth and development. Countries like China, Brazil, and Germany are known for their largest trading, which they trade the manufactured goods. Trade balance of a country can be affected by technological advancement,
as these advancements can affect the way in which the products are produced and how they are exported. Free trade agreement has progressively reduced tariffs, and as a factor of the tariffs being reduced, this also makes the exports to increase because the trade barriers were also reduced. So the government has implemented a lot of different export incentives. These incentives aim to promote manufacturing of the local goods and services, because as more goods and services are produced locally, it means that exports will also increase. Maybe a question can rise, or what is exports? Exports are, trade balance is the difference between exports and imports in a country. It can also either be a surplus or a deficit. South Africa has been operating at a deficit. This is caused by many factors, which can also include the increase of price and low economic growth. And this has led to higher risk for credit in the credit markets for South Africa. To avoid this, we can attract more FDI, and this will also help to reduce the deficit or decrease the exchange rate as it becomes hard for other countries to trade with us, checking the fact that it is more expensive for them to import goods from us. The literatures aligned to my study are three. The first one is the J curve, the second is the Marshall Lerner condition, the third one is the absorption approach, which is mixed with the Keynes approach. So according to the J curve, a currency depreciation led to a temporary deterioration in the trade balance. This phenomenon is rooted in the elasticities approach to the balance of payment. The Marshall Lerner condition is an economic theory related to the balance of trade and the elasticity demand for import and exports. So mixing the Keynes approach together with the absorption approach, it can help the outcome of a country to increase in domestic spending and will also be captured by the absorption approach. Empirically, the researchers like Bahani and Kara found that in Turkey, real exchange rate depreciation improved the trade balance, while tariffs had a negative impact. And also, World Bank noted that government infrastructure investment reduces transport costs and boosts the trade efficiency. The third researcher found that there was a bidirectional causality between real effective exchange rate and trade balance in Australia. The research methodology shows that the data was extracted from World Bank, which was the South African yearly time series data for the period 1990 to 2022 for the mentioned variables. The model specification is as follows. We have TB, which denotes trade balance, which is a factor of localized real effective rate, tariffs, FDI, and government expenditure, or the government investment in expenditure. The estimation techniques which were used to run the results, it was unit root, bound test, co-integration test, ARDL, diagnostic testing, where serial correlation, normality, and heteroscedasticity were tested. Stability test was tested using Kusum and Kusumov squares and also tested for Granger causality. The results are presented as follows. The first table represents the formal unit root, which was tested at intercept for augmented Dickey-Fuller and Philip Perron test. As you can see on the screen, it shows that trade balance, real exchange rate, government investment in expenditure, and tariffs were non-stationary at level. So to bring them to stationarity, we'll have to difference or integrate our model or the variable to order one, where we bring it to stationarity, denoted by the 3 asterisks, which shows that it is significant or stationary at 1% level of significant. The table 2 shows the co-integration between the variables. And our F statistics is 4,981001, which is greater than our upper bound at 10% level of significance, which is here shown that is 3,09. This means that there is a long-run relationship between our variable, and therefore we can reject the null hypothesis of no co-integration as co-integration exists. The diagnostic testing is shown as follows, where I tested for normality, serial correlation, and heteroscedasticity. Jacobera was used to test for normality, and our probability value was greater than 10%, meaning that we do not reject the null hypothesis. The same or a higher level of p-value was found on our serial correlation, which was also more than 10%. We do not reject the null hypothesis. The same way to the Bruch Pagan, where we were testing for heteroscedasticity, we got 53%, meaning that our heteroscedasticity does not exist, meaning that there was no violation of the OLS in the model. We also have the Granger causality, where it shows the relationship between our variables. There was a neutral causality between trade balance together with real exchange rate, tariffs, and government investment in expenditure, in infrastructure, I mean. So this means that they do not affect each other. Here we also have the Granger causality of trade balance to LFDI, which is our foreign direct investment. And it shows that our FDI does Granger cause the trade balance, but trade balance does not Granger cause our FDI, shown by their p-value, where the p-value of LFDI Granger causing trade balance is lower than 5% or 10% level of significance. Shown about the long run and short run results, where we check the coefficient of all the variables. Here it shows that there is a negative relationship between real exchange rate and trade balance because our coefficient is negative. It has a positive relationship with FDI, government investment in expenditure, and tariffs, shown by their positive coefficient. The coefficient for long run is only negative on our real effective exchange rate, meaning that there is also a negative relationship between them even in the short run. And they are all statistically significant. The figures 1 and 2 show stability for Kusum and Kusum squares. As we can see that our model remains between the critical values, then it shows that the model is significant in the long run. For conclusion, this study provides important insights into factors including South Africa's trade balance and recommends that we should ensure stable and predictable investment climate to attract more FDI, ensure that our rent remains competitive by avoiding excessive appreciation, and also ensure that we reduce our tariffs on intermediate goods and raw materials to lower production costs and local manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngobeni, for a wonderful presentation. This is time for questions. Do we have any question for Ms. Ngobeni? Are we saying she was so clear that we did not misunderstand anything? Okay, in the absence of questions, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Okay, then we have Parker M.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed committee members. My name is Michael Parker, and thank you so much for giving me a chance to make a contribution towards a body of knowledge. Today I'll be presenting an article on the title, The Nexus of Carbon Dioxide Emissions, Economic Growth and Energy Transition as a South African Case Study. And the reason we are gathered here today is that our country is at a pivotal moment. We are poised between the need for rapid economic growth to address poverty and inequality, the need for a reduction in carbon dioxide emissions, and the imperative to mitigate energy transition, meaning we will have to transition to a more sustainable energy mix. So moving on to the introduction and background, Nicholas Stern once said, I quote, "Climate change is the greatest market failure the world has ever seen." And as we take a look on this slide, it says the unpredictable, fast-paced world changes rely mostly on accurate weather forecast. This is because accurate weather forecast drives economic decision-making in the agriculture, transportation, and energy sector, which, by the way, I want you to know that those are the major contributors to our country's GDP. So this tells us that climate change influences weather forecast, thus affecting the economy through energy generation. And since I'm saying that the economy depends on energy to function, then there is a need to mitigate this climate change through finding a sustainable energy mix. And then looking at the background, we have the International Energy Agency in 2021 highlighting 3 things about South Africa. Firstly, it highlighted that the economy is energy intensive and that it is coal dependent, meaning that 84% of the electricity generated in South Africa has been accounted for by coal. Secondly, we have coal reserves which are expected to run out in the next few decades. And this we can see it through the planned power outages, which we normally refer to as load shedding, right? And then thirdly, it is failing to meet its goal, which was set through the 2011 National Climate Change Response Policy, which was to reduce the government's emission by 40% in 2025. And that won't be possible since Eskom is an entity owned by the government, right? So this was building up to the problem statement. So South Africa faces a complex trade-off between economic growth, energy transition, and the reduction of carbon dioxide emission. And this can be seen through the available data. For instance, Stats SA in 2023 has highlighted that coal industry has the potential to rise the economic growth from 0.2% to 0.6% in the next decade. And then there is a study by the Department of Mineral Resource and Energy in 2023, which has highlighted that South Africa's dependence on coal energy sources has led to high carbon dioxide emissions, and that there's also a skyrocketing renewable energy capacity installed landscape, which has risen from 3,400 megawatts to 5,500 megawatts since 2019 to 2023. Therefore, this tells us there's a positive shock in coal consumption, which will affect growth in the long run, and there's also a need to mitigate these carbon dioxide emissions as using the transition to this renewable energy. Therefore, the answer which was sought by the study was to determine whether economic growth directly leads to environmental degradation through increasing carbon dioxide emissions. And then moving on to the literature review, we have a theoretical literature which has employed a theory known as the environmental Kuznets curve, which was developed by Simon Kuznets in 1955. However, this theory was later modified in 1995, that it suggested that there is an inverted U-shaped relationship between economic growth and environmental degradation. And then this can be seen through a plethora of studies. For instance, we can take a look at the empirical literature where Udecha and Muchapondwa in 2022 studies shows that there is indeed a positive relationship between economic growth and energy transition in South Africa. And also there's a study by the International Energy Agency in 2021 which shows the corresponding relationship, which is a negative relationship between the mentioned variables. Moving on now to the research methodology. This study has employed what we call a secondary time series annual data, which is spanning from 1991 to 2020. And this data was collected from the World Bank database, which, by the way, I was asked to let you know it is available for the public's consumption. And then the theoretical model also suggested that the EKC, which is the environmental Kuznets curve, follows this following function, where carbon dioxide emissions as a dependent variable, as a function of GDP growth, population growth, trade openness, and renewable energy consumption, where renewable energy consumption is a proxy for energy transition, and GDP growth is a proxy for economic growth, and population growth and trade openness are added as control variables. And then under the estimation techniques, this study will only focus on two techniques, which is the unit root test and the ARDL technique. So moving on to the results and summary discussion. Firstly, we have a table showing the unit root test, which is used to determine the order of integration as a means of finding the appropriate model to be employed in order to address the question which was asked in the problem statement. And then under the unit root test, we have the argumented Dickey-Fuller and the Phillips-Perron, where the variables, as you can see on the slide, they are integrated at different orders. Some are integrated at order I0. For example, in this case, we have population growth, whereas the rest of the variables are integrated at order I1. This serves as a justification as per a study by Pesaran et al. In 2001 that we should therefore employ ARDL method in this study. And then moving on to the second part, which is the ARDL now, we are determining the long run and the short run relationship. So in the first objective, we have a GDP, which is positively related to carbon dioxide emissions in both the short run and the long run, which supports the criteria or the priori expectation by Kuznets in 1955. Secondly, we have the population growth, which displays a negative relationship between itself and carbon dioxide emission, which also meets the priori expectation by a study by Taramola, which was focusing on the magna cum oil producing countries in 2021. And then we also have the renewable energy consumption, which depicts also a positive relationship between itself and carbon dioxide emissions, as suggested by a study by Gunei in 2023. And then we also have the last one, which is the trade openness, which displayed a negative relationship in the short run and a positive relationship in the long run, which is in support of a study by Ukos in the recent study and that was conducted in 2024. And then moving on to the conclusion, the aim of the study was to investigate the relationship between economic growth, energy transition, and carbon dioxide emission, where in South Africa, spanning from what? 1991 to 2020. And then this also answered that question I asked before in the problem statement, that indeed economic growth does directly lead to environmental degradation through increasing carbon dioxide emissions. So this shows that there is a significant implication that arises from this study, right? Where it will be used by the policymakers and environmentalists as a means of mitigating this environmental degradation and economic sustainability. Therefore, this study is within the main theme of this conference, and the last sub-theme, which I'll just read out, which is the economic and policy model and perspective for prospering sustainability amidst global conflicts and environmental challenges. Since we are indeed in the middle of an environmental challenge, right? And then these policies that have been implemented or that have been proposed by the study would therefore go a long way in what? In making sure that we address the environmental sustainability while fostering economic growth and energy transition. Therefore, before I leave the podium, I want to leave you with a question. Now I want you to imagine a South Africa where economy is solely powered by clean energy and carbon dioxide emissions as a relic of the past. And tell me if you think that this utopian is a dream that's within reach. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Parker's presentation was giving us some goosebumps. Well done. Okay, questions? We've got the first question there. Any other? Yeah, this is environmental issue, so there should be questions. Yes.
Okay. My question is, because I heard you talking about environmental degradation, right? But now won't investing in renewable energy set the economy back? Because my question is, what do you think can stimulate economic growth but also reduce the carbon dioxide emissions, other than investing in renewable energy? Because that can set back the economy in terms of saying that investing in renewable energy is expensive. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. If you paid attention on my theoretical literature, right, I said that the environmental Kuznets curve suggests that there is an inverted U-shaped relationship, meaning that at the beginning of this initiative, each and everything will be rising, but then there will be a turning point where there's a threshold whereby the economy now prospers without what? Compromising the environment, hence the U-shaped relationship. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a question, right?
Okay.
Okay, sorry. My name is Naledi Bilane. I have a question. My study is related to that. Actually, I'm testing that curve. So how do you determine the relationship between economic growth and environmental degradation involving that AKC? Because you cannot do ARDL and do that and estimate the relationship between economic growth and environmental degradation. So how do you do the positive and negative relationship on your theory?
Okay. As I've also mentioned that the relationship can either be positive or negative, right? And then if you take into account each and every country has its, or well, we can say it has its different types of factors that contribute to its carbon dioxide emissions. For instance, we say South Africa is heavily dependent on coal. So you can find that in India, they have a different factor that contributes towards the carbon dioxide emissions. So there's no pinpointing exactly which variables you can use to make sure that you test this. Hence, this study is effective and relevant to test so that we can check if it is relevant with the factors that are found within our country. Thank you.
Okay, let me come to Mr. Parker's defense. He's not testing the theory, he's applying the theory. Remember, in your case, you are testing the hypothesis. He is not. Okay.
Thank you. No, this is a very interesting topic, and I think it is also, it was a very good presentation, I must say. Thank you very much. But I always have a question when I look at this issue of the issue of climate change, to say, is it fair to hold developing countries like South Africa to the high standards of clean energy when we have got so many countries that are developed using dirty energy or fossil-based energy? Now, if you look at the cost, even now, when we were during the period of COVID, South Africa was exporting a lot of coal to other countries. But now you hold South Africa to these high standards, and if you look at it now, we've got high unemployment and all that. Is it fair, especially if you look at what is currently happening, to hold such kind of nations to these high standards? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So as taking you back to the U-shaped relationship, right? As I've studied some, I've gone under some studies, I've checked other studies, right? Most of the countries that are found under the developed or are considered to be developed nations are found to be the countries that are after that particular threshold, which is the turning point, right? Meaning that each and every developing country is on its way there to that threshold. Hence, they cannot be compared to the developed countries since they've already reached that threshold and they're prospering on the other side of the curve. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Thank you so much. Now, our next presenter is going to be Mojapilu G. Yes. He is not a doctoral student, but a master student. Yeah, he's in the place of Pasha. Okay.
Supposed to present in the morning, so his presentation is not on the morning session. Yes. So to my advice. Yeah, I think. But now we're waiting for the faculty response because I need to kill them. Sorry, Gama. This one, 5, yeah.
So please come back and help us to go back to the circles.
Greetings to everyone, to the Academic Senate, and humble greetings and gratitude to my supervisor, Prof. Vuyokazim Tembu, in absentia. Right. A bit. Thank you. Right. My name is Gift Mujape Yelu, and I'm a candidate for Masters in Human Resource Management in the School of Economics and Management. I'm in front of you guys to present my research titled The Relationship Between Organizational Culture, Employee Engagement and Motivation at a selected institution of education in South Africa. What really motivated this topic is this small phrase called quiet quitting, sorry about that, or silent quitting. A lot of you may wonder what silent quitting is. Silent quitting is a process in which an employee gradually pulls away from their employment setting. It may be due to the non-engaged organizational culture, and all that leads to demotivation. And then if employees are demotivated, it contributes towards a low productivity, low morale for employees. Right. Organizational culture, employee engagement, and motivation have a complex and mutually beneficial relationship. One variable here leads to another. When employees are demotivated, they're non-engaged, and then all that could be because of the organizational culture. Organizational culture, also known as the workplace culture, plays a pivotal role in determining the success and productivity of an organization. A positive workplace culture that practices employee engagement by placing a high value on opportunities for personal growth, motivate individuals to identify and pursue their personal and professional goals, and develop a feeling of belonging through fostering strong relationships with co-workers. What this is explained is that organizational cultures such as an engaged leadership, when leadership is engaged, the employees are easily attracted to their work, and then they easily work towards attaining the organizational objectives. They practice autonomy, in which they're happy in their employment setting, and then they're able to make decisions. And you should know that when you're employed, you would make decisions that would contribute towards the succession of the organization. Yeah, the other factor for organizational culture, would be work-life balance. When the employment setting is super arranged, and then people are able to balance their work and then their employment, it's easy for them to concentrate in work and then contribute towards the succession of the organization. irrespective of it being a higher institution of learning, irrespective of it being a food outlet or anything. So all this derived from these problems here. Employee engagement has become a common problem at the University of Limpopo, and this is because of the low degree of organizational support. This is by Throughthe in 2021. The study by Throughthe established that a non-engaged organizational culture contributes to work-related outcomes such as demotivated employees, job withdrawal, increased replacement, and low performance. You need to understand that when an employee is demotivated, they could easily pull away from the organization and go find work somewhere. That is turnover. And now, when employees are demotivated, the turnover rates are increased. And now it would be unpleasant to lose super talented employees to other institutions, to rival institutions. And now it's seen everywhere that the mighty University of Limpopo is falling because they are unable to retain their own employees. Chue established in 2020 that the reduced motivation, productivity, and an increase in turnover rates due to non-engaged organizational culture at the University of Limpopo. Further stated that the academic staff members now receive little recognition for their efforts, hence they are demotivated and lack the enthusiasm to provide high-quality education in their departments. We should understand that there's factors under motivation there as one of my variables. There's factors such as rewards. If employees are receiving little recognition or maybe appreciation for their work, they are gradually demotivated and then could find employment somewhere else. Amongst these objectives, looking at the time, I think the most important one would be the third one, to explore the factors that motivate academic employees within the institution. Intrinsic motivators, extrinsic motivators. What are intrinsic motivators or extrinsic motivators? Intrinsic motivators are the incentives that we feel, what you feel that this contributes towards me liking this job. If you're super satisfied in your employment setting, those are intrinsic motivators. And then someone who's super satisfied in the employment setting, they wouldn't want to leave the organization. Now, what are extrinsic motivators? Now we're talking about money now. The rewards, the chances of getting promoted. If you know that in an institution that you work in, there's a chance of getting promoted, you'd want to stick around and then attain your objectives so that you could get recognition and then get taken to the top. But then if there's gradual improvement in your employment setting, you'd want to leave for a rival institution. That takes us to, I'm going to come back to the theoretical framework. It takes us to 4.2.2, the relationship between organizational culture and motivation. It says that an engaged organizational culture improves intrinsic motivation by developing one's feeling of belonging, job satisfaction, and then autonomy. And then it carries on and says that it also improves extrinsic motivation by providing opportunities for promotion, pay raises, and then job security. When you know that your job is secured, you're easily working towards growing in that institution and then not leaving the institution at all. So this really means that institutions should make means of keeping their own employees so that they could grow. And you should understand that if you keep your own employees, they also get adapted to the environment in a manner that they also learn new skills as they develop. And then that contributes towards the succession of the institution. Now we're going to talk about the theoretical framework. These theories made the study. For organizational culture, the researcher used the Edgar Sheen, 3 levels of organizational culture. For employee engagement, the researcher used job characteristics module by Hackman and Oldman. Those who are in the business field would be familiar with these theories. And then for employee motivation, the researcher used Frederick Herzberg 2-factor theory. All right, now we go into the most important part. I need to be quick because of the time. The study adopted the quantitative research design at the University of Limpopo. So the population of the study is the academic staff members of the university. According to the Human Resource Information System Office, there's like 681 academic staff members. And then using Krejci and Morgan formula, it was found that 246 academic staff members were going to be the sample of the study. Now, probability sampling method was used to select the sample from the population because of it gives a known, a fair, and equal and non-zero chance of selection. All right. Simple random sampling was used to gather the participant information, reducing the time and money, making it easier to locate target individuals. And then out of the 246 questionnaires which were distributed, only 5 questionnaires were suitable for analysis because the 241 were not returned. This is because the researcher had recently received the clearance document from TREC and distribution for questionnaires only started a week ago. All right, the primary data was collected using the monkey survey because it helps to run the surveys. So I'm running out of time, but then the most important parts here are the researchers sent out the questionnaires online, and then the academic staff members were also required to send back the answers online. Descriptive statistics was used, and then SPSS also was used to analyze the data. We used Spearman correlation to test the relationship, the strength of the relationship between our variables, the 3 variables. And then the other thing, Cronbach alpha test was used because, the Cronbach alpha above 0.70 are naturally regarded as acceptable because they show strong internal consistency. And then, the most important part now, the findings were that there's an increase in turnover rates due to a non-engaged organizational culture at the selected institution, and further revealed that the academic staff members are demotivated and then they lack desire to deliver high quality education in the department since they no longer receive much appreciation for their work. And then it's recommended that HR professionals and Prof. Semkom, but the departmental heads, their techniques should promote employee engagement, and then they optimize motivation by creating an environment that supports employee loyalty and productivity, and further recommended to inform that the creation of policies and procedures that are aimed at addressing and improving organizational culture. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We are going to have at least 2 questions because his time is up. Yes, Mr. Njogo.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. So on ethical issue, you cannot, have ethical approval saying a selected higher education institution, and then when we read the document, you reveal which institution it is. So you already breached ethics. And then also, your findings are forward because you only have 5 written questionnaires, so you shouldn't have. Thanks.
We had to join the competition, so we had to work with what we had on hand.
Awesome presentation gift. On your presentation, you spoke of employee engagement has become a common problem at the University of Limpopo. My question is, how can the University of Limpopo improve communication channel to ensure that everyone feels heard and informed? Again, and what kind of team building activities would help to strengthen collaboration and relationship among employees at the University of Limpopo? Thank you.
Before he responds, any question? We have some 2 minutes, okay?
Please let me respond to that one. So regarding to the ways in which we could improve communication, human resource management functions, one of them is training and development. We could train and develop the effective communication of employees, and then make sure we also improve the effectiveness or informed listening, very effective listening. So that way, I think it would be a lot better.
Okay. Short
Okay.
answers or questions?
I believe there's like a huge relationship between like intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. So I just want to know from you basically how, because you can be intrinsically motivated, but due to the external, it can affect you because of the organizational culture. So what's your take on that? The relationship between intrinsic and extrinsic motivations.
I need to respond to this. It's just a matter of what you value the most. If you value money over your own peace, then you're gonna stay for the money. If you value peace more than money, then you're gonna. My answer is that there's no institution that doesn't have problems. There's institutions in which maybe the higher officers don't really get along, but then the pay is good, so you're gonna stay for monetary reasons.
Last short question.
Good evening. You will forgive me not to introduce myself. I only have a short question. So I would like to know what's your intake with the introduction of remote working in the work environment? Will culture remain the challenging factor to the organization since employees will be working in different locations, if I can put it like that?
We're in the 21st century, and then technology is fastly growing. So switching to technology, you actually gave me an answer. What's happening here is that if we switch to technology, it means that we're going to have less problems regarding engagement, because many problems come when there's like direct engagement in an employment setting. So if we're using technology as a source of communication or work, then there would be less problems.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mujapilu, for a wonderful presentation. And then we are going to move to Mafunko LLM. And then after that, we are going to have Mola LD in the place of Rikhozo MJ. Oh yeah, Dr. Mugwil, is that issue solved? Is it resolved? Okay. I need, where are my technicians to assist to move back to session 2? Because this was the session. Sorry, session.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lizzie Mafonko. I'm a second-year Masters of Law candidate from the School of Law at the Faculty of Management and Law. The title of my presentation, as shown on the screen, is the role of financial stability and financial inclusion in alleviating poverty levels in South Africa. All right. So my presentation will go as follows. I will provide an introduction. I will provide the research methodology for the study. I will explore financial stability. I'll also look at financial inclusion, poverty alleviation in South Africa, and I'll provide the conclusion of the study and recommendations. The synergy between financial inclusion and financial stability is one of the most important and fundamental components of a financial system or financial sector. And in fact, such a synergy is, particularly in the context of this paper, very relevant, and it helps in economic justice initiatives such as the alleviation of poverty. South Africa emerges from an era or a regime that is characterized by segregation, amongst other things, inequality, racism, and very importantly, unequal distribution of resources. This era has inevitably has resulted in socioeconomic hierarchies and disparities, even in the current constitutional and democratic dispensation. The previous regime promulgated policies and laws that amounted to, like I said, social and economic hierarchies, and these disparities and hierarchies have manifested themselves even in the financial sector. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, however, makes a break from such a past through the inclusion of socioeconomic rights and socioeconomic justice. However, despite the Constitution have came into effect, these disparities continue, with multiple people still being subjected to socioeconomic injustices such as poverty in South Africa. Inequality and poverty persist, with poor and vulnerable groups of people still, very importantly, being disserviced by the financial sector and the financial systems. The paradox, however, here is that South Africa is actually known for having one of the most remarkable and a well-developed financial sector. Regardless of that, South Africa has not been able to properly tackle the problem of poverty, and as a result, poverty still cripples. So what this means is that South Africa has experienced enormous, or not even enormous per se, but has experienced an outstanding economic growth as compared to its other counterparts, but it has still failed to properly tackle the problem of poverty, even in the current context. The research methodology as adopted in the study is a qualitative research approach as opposed to a quantitative one. And this research relies heavily on academic journals. We look at statutes, textbooks, policies, international journal articles, case laws, and very importantly, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. What is financial stability? Financial stability refers to the ability or the tendency of a financial institution or a system to better perform its duties. This means that it is capable of withstanding any sort of shock that it may undergo or that emerges from providing financial services to all segments of society. Hence, when we are examining whether or not a financial system is stable, we need to examine whether it's capable of facilitating a better performance in an economy while guarding against in any sort of imbalances, aka financial instability. The global financial crisis of 2008 culminated in evolution in the conversation of financial stability. And in fact, in South Africa, that evolution manifested itself through the promulgation and the enactment of the Financial Sector Regulation Act of 2017. In terms of the act, the South African Reserve Bank is mandated to ensure financial stability. Financial inclusion. Financial inclusion refers to equal access to relevant and fairly priced financial products and services that are offered reasonably and sustainably. Financial inclusion accelerates the process of allowing all segments of society an opportunity to actually participate in the economy of the country. And this arrangement, by its very nature, has the capacity to alleviate poverty. Financial inclusion garners on financial access, and accordingly, financial inclusion can never be obtained or achieved without addressing the element of financial access. Particularly for those South Africans in the context of this paper who are living in destitute, homelessness, and poverty. The benefits of a financially inclusive country are not only seen through direct access to and the use of financial services, but also it's through the positive effects that financial development has on the population and that it has on ensuring financial stability and guarding against financial exclusion. Poverty alleviation in South Africa. Poverty is considered a universal occurrence transcending all geographical barriers and borders. The complexity that is brought by poverty is very vast and it brews major challenges. The weight of the impact of poverty is reflected in the United Nations 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals of poverty being goal number 1, no poverty and the eradication of poverty. This emphasizes that addressing poverty is not just a moral or a social application, but it's in fact a fundamental necessity. Despite the plight and devastating effect of poverty, it unfortunately remains very distant, particularly in South Africa. Socioeconomic injustice has been explored by the South African courts, particularly in the case of Grootboom, the government of the Republic of South Africa v. Grootboom, where the court emphasized the importance of the state to ensure that it assists the people living in poverty, homelessness, and it also ensured that their right to dignity be protected during this process. Conclusions and recommendation. One of the main important questions that this study ponders is, does in fact financial stability and financial inclusion assist in alleviating poverty, but also can financial stability and financial inclusion concur or sort of work together to alleviate that poverty? The study has then found that financial stability and financial inclusion are powerful tools in alleviating poverty and mitigating vulnerability to poverty. The recommendations thus are that there needs to be a promulgation of a legislation that prioritizes and highlights the principle of financial inclusion, which will solidify the equal status of financial inclusion and reinforcing the equal status of financial inclusion to financial stability. And that there has to be financial education initiatives focused on stability and inclusion, which will be able to properly record the impact that financial inclusion and financial stability have in fact on the alleviation of poverty. The South African Reserve Bank and all other relevant institutions should actively promote both financial stability and financial inclusion as they're capable of alleviating poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see that your presentation has attracted a lot of interest. I've got 2 questions that side. Okay, let's have, please guys, let us be short and straight to the point with questions. Okay.
Thanks very much. Mine is just comments. You are talking about financial inclusion and financial stability. Yet you talk about poverty, which is a very broad concept because we've got a lot different types of poverty, income poverty, relative poverty. There are a lot. So which one are you focusing on specifically? But I will propose that you focus on income poverty since you are dealing with finances or financial inclusion and stability. That is the comment. The last one. I believe that we as academics, we are tired now to say one of the recommendations is to come up with a framework, because we end up saying nothing in our recommendations. Because I believe that we as academics, in our recommendations, we must just recommend this must be done. We must provide solution. To say we must provide a framework. What framework? Because we end up saying nothing in academia in terms of recommendations. There must be a plan. What plan?
Yeah, the next question, please.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have a question based on your presentation. I'm not sure if I was sleeping when you were presenting, because I didn't really see any reference throughout the presentation. So I'm not sure if you had them or not. And if you didn't have any reference, the question will be, where did you get the information that you was presenting about? And also maybe to comment on the part of the constitution that we have. We have many scholars, many published papers that talked about the constitution to say that South Africa has a leading constitution. So you try to link it with the issue of poverty alleviation in one of the slides, to say that which chapters of that constitution support the issue of poverty alleviation, because we have different chapters, such as chapter 2, where you find that they even, for example, support other part where they talked about the issue of public participation. Wonderful presentation, by the way. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the questions. I'll start with the second questions, asking about the references. There's a paper that we sent to the organizing team. That paper has the references. They're not included in the presentation. And also this study was harvested from my Master's of Law dissertation, which is in its final stages. So when it's ready, I'll let you know and you can just read it. But the references are there, and this is supported by, like I said, I followed a qualitative research method. I used sources. To your second question, you asked which chapter of the Constitution support poverty alleviation. The Constitution does not expressly talk about poverty alleviation, but it talks about socioeconomic rights. And poverty is a socioeconomic injustice. So it means although the Constitution does not expressly say, let's eradicate poverty, I spoke about the UN's goal of no poverty. It's applied and its eradication is important, but the courts have over the years, like I said in the case of Grootboom. Okay, I'll answer we can talk about it after. I'll answer the first question.
I want to take 2 more questions.
Oh, okay. I can't, because there's another question. On the recommendation, the first recommendation that I provided, it speaks about, remember the Financial Sector Regulation Act is enacted and was in fact promulgated to give effect to the principle of financial stability. So one of the recommendations that are there is that there needs to be a legislation that is enacted that will promote financial inclusion. And the reason for this is that because financial inclusion is promulgated and it is enacted, it is way more protected and it could be way more closely monitored. So for financial stability and financial inclusion to alleviate poverty, it means we will need to enact a supporting legislation to support the similar objective goals of financial inclusion and financial stability.
Yeah, unfortunately, we could not cater more questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Morofe Garis.
Sorry. We have run out of time. We could not take more questions because of time. That's why we are saying keep questions very short so that we can give more people to participate. Okay, then the next speaker is Mola LD.
we often hear people saying, do not give a man a fish, but teach him how to catch one. Well, I disagree. I say, give a man both a fish and a skill how to catch one. Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you, it's Molal Shohonolo Doctor, a master's candidate in the Department of Development Planning and Management. I'll be presenting a research paper titled The Empowerment of Emerging Farmers as a Strategy to Enhance Local Economy. Well, the agricultural landscape in South Africa is characterized by two agricultures, with one that is highly capitalized, large-scaled, and more often controlled and dominated by the whites, whereas the other face capital struggles and it's small-scaled, more often dominated and controlled by black farmers. This agricultural dualism has a historic origin and it's persistent to the to the present, I mean to say, demonstrate the mismatch in terms of resource allocation as well as efforts to develop and support farmers. Between these two farming groups, including both the commercial and the smallholder farmers, which are normally referred to as subsistence farmers, they are emerging farmers, which will be the central focus of this paper. Whilst there are there are various programs and policies designed to develop and support these farmers, there are also acute challenges such as weak agricultural extension services, as well as shortage and mysterious disappearance of support funds. The study made use of the framework by the philosopher and economist Amartya Sen, which offers a comprehensive framework that emphasizes the importance of enabling individual capabilities and opportunities in order to achieve the life that they value or have the right to live. This approach, when it's applied as an empowerment strategy for emerging farmers, it departs from the traditional welfare economics, which often focus on economic indicators such as income and consumption as a measure of individual well-being. But instead, it foregrounds the importance of individuals' capabilities and opportunities in order to allow them to function in the way they have reason to value. The methodology which was adopted in this study was the semi-systematic, or rather what we call narrative literature review approach, to explore and synthesize existing literature on the empowerment of emerging farmers as a strategy to enhance local economy. This review method was adopted for its suitability and flexibility to allow the author to identify key themes, trends, gaps in research, while offering a comprehensive understanding of how empowerment impacts economic development at local level. Furthermore, to gather relevant literature, a comprehensive search strategy was employed utilizing electronic databases such as the EBSCOhost, ProQuest, and Google Scholar, which are accessible to any students of the University of Limpopo. The methodology continues to use a combined search terms, which includes emerging farmers, farmer empowerment, local economy, agriculture development, rural development, and economic impact, which were used because they relate to the topic in question. The review included studies which were published between 2015 to 2024 that were both peer-reviewed and full articles, or rather full text study, focusing on the empowerment of emerging farmers and improving local economy. Studies which were not focusing on emerging farmers or were not available in English were excluded from consideration. To ensure validity and reliability of the study, a quality assessment was conducted using predetermined criteria. Moving along to empirical literature. Well, the concept of empowerment has gained considerable attention in both the field of economics and agricultural development, particularly as a strategy to enhance emerging farmers, looking at the capabilities as well as their economic viabilities in their existence. Various researchers looked at the dimensions of empowerment through different lenses, and many agreed on the following as related to the highest degree of empowerment, which include subjective empowerment, objective empowerment, as well as competence empowerment. Therefore, this prompted another theme to say now, as a researcher, I looked at empowerment according to its forms and as a strategy to enhance farmers and local economy. According to Zanzi, subjective empowerment relate to internalize the sense of agency and control that individual experience, often reflected in their self-perception of their ability to influence the outcomes of their productive activities. In terms of emerging farmers, this form of empowerment is critical in fostering confidence and motivation required to effectively engage in agricultural practices. Research shows that interventions intended to subjectively empower emerging farmers often involves capacity building initiatives that focus on developing leadership skills, promoting self-efficacy, and fostering a sense of ownership among farmers. However, Carr highlighted that the government policies that advocate for community-led agricultural initiative often miss their official mandate to strengthen the subjective empowerment of all farmers, which include emerging, subsistence, and commercial, by reinforcing their role as key stakeholders in local development. According to a study done by Madivana and his colleagues, this mismatch of efforts result in the existing discrimination within the agricultural space. Keep note, I highlighted as I was studying that the South African agricultural landscape consists of two agricultures, one that is highly capitalized and the other one that is not. This is where now we see the discrimination in terms of resource allocation and efforts towards empowering these farmers. Moving along, it's objective empowerment, which refers to tangible resources and opportunities that involves that individuals can access and strengthen control over their economic position. Emerging farmers' objective empowerment is linked to access to physical resources such as land, capital, equipment, market infrastructure, and other critical resources that determine emerging farmers' ability to produce and participate in the market. According to Madivana, again, he stated that the government have developed land reform programs which aim to redistribute land and provide secure tenure to emerging farmers as a fundamental strategy to enhance objective empowerment. However, Anderson argued that these programs have fallen short of their expectation due to a number of reasons, such as poor beneficiary targeting, unprocessed land claims, lack of sufficient funding to fund these programs. According to ANO, competence empowerment relate to skills, knowledge, and competencies required by emerging farmers to effectively mobilize resources available and navigate the complexities within the farming sector. This form of empowerment is important in ensuring that emerging farmers are capable of adopting modern farming techniques, manage their farms sustainably, as well as responding and adopting the market to market demand and trends. Baji stated that educational programs like extension services play a critical role in making sure that emerging farmers' competencies on technical training, information on best practices, and innovation are enhanced. Whereas Carlson argued that emerging farmers have no significant competence empowerment mechanisms to empower them. However, Anderson debated this, that initiatives like Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, which is known as CASP, was initiated by the South African government with the sole purpose of providing emerging farmers with necessary skills to support increasing productivity and sustainability. Well, findings and results coupled with discussions of the study. In attempt to assess and understand the impact of empowering emerging farmers, it was discovered that, in measuring their contributions towards enhancing local economy, indicators such as form of empowerment, emerging farmer understanding of what empowerment is within agricultural landscape, and government commitments to empowering emerging farmers, and effectiveness of empowerment strategies and programs were observed as key fundamental concepts in order to understand the extent in which they are empowered. In the observation, it was discovered that there is little understanding of the forms of empowerment, leading to government efforts more on focusing more on objective and competence empowerment and overlooking subjective empowerment. The study by Nazevum deemed empowerment strategies and policies and programs as not working. Okay, questions, please?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm actually very interested in this field, even though I'm not active in it. But my question, especially with regards to the agricultural sector, I have rather a different comment from how people see it, especially with regards to contributing in the economy. Don't you think, especially in farming, it's a skill that every single person or citizen should have? And most importantly, especially in the Constitution, when they speak about everyone having the right to have sufficient food. So I feel, for me, especially with agriculture, when it's used for economic growth, we are then not devaluing rather, but it is, I'm so sorry, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Mm-hmm. Yes.
I get you. Okay, as they're still giving him a mic. Well, what I believe with what you are trying to say, well, yes, everyone can and have the right to participate in agriculture. However, it is not everyone who has the capacity to. Number one, as an emerging farmer, what I did not mention is that the emerging farmers that I'm looking at the ones which are registered. And one critical component for you to be registered as an emerging farmer, you need to have access to land, which is something which not everyone has. So it's not going to be possible to have everyone participate in it, but then it is what it is.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I welcome it. So I have a comment as an emerging farmer who is not fully registered to say that your presentation, I feel like it's well, but we also have the support that those emerging farmers are getting at a local context. We find that they provide them with seeds. It is happening where I'm from. So I also have just a recommendation to your study, because I failed to get the context, because when I was looking at the title, I didn't find the study area. I'm not sure if you just missed it or something. So if you didn't have it, then you just include them. But I'm just making this comment in the context of our country, to say that we have some support that is being given to those emerging farmers.
Okay. Thank you. So the reason why there is no study area on the title is because this title, it's already a written paper that was generated from one of my main research objectives. So which is why it does not have an area. It focuses on emerging farmers in the general context of South Africa. However, if we go to my research now, that's where now the title is different from this one, and it focuses on the municipal context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was Mr. Mola LD. Now, the next presenter is Koza JT. I am told that Mashiani TA, who was supposed to do online presentation, is not available. So we move straight to Khoza JT. Presenters, please remember that you have 10 minutes for presentation and then 5 minutes for questions and answer. Because Mr. Mola was not happy with me. He was saying, I still have some time to present. So please, 10 minutes for presenting and then 5 minutes for questions and answer. Okay? I need assistance. I cannot.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing in front of you is Khoza Jessica Tembi from University of Limpopo. I guess you are aware. Studying master degree of public administration and management. My topic focuses on the role of local government in local economic development in selected municipalities within selected municipalities within Umkanyagude district in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Moving to the introduction. Poverty and inequality are recurring problem around the world, and poverty and inequality are recurring problem around the world and developing countries, and the highest rate of poverty was found in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and other provinces like Limpopo due to slow development of the region. Sorry. I think it's because I'm tall. Sorry. The success of community today depend upon its ability to adapt to the dynamic national and international market economy. Local government development is the foundation strengthening economic capacity and improving vulnerable community. According to the Constitution of Republic of South Africa, 1996 of the Constitution, provide local government to improve the living standard of their communities. This allows the growth and meets the community's need to ensure job creation for residents as local government are in charge. I think the mic is not audible, or it's me, sorry. I think I'm nervous. Okay, local government are in charge for providing potential supports for the communities. For the communities for the communities in relation to their commitment to economic development. Moving to problem statement. Sorry. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Apology on that. Apology on that. It is my first time to stand in front of many people like this. Okay, moving to problem statement. Lack of planning and implementing LED has several issues. Has presented several issues for municipalities. Local government face challenges such as economic collapse, lack of technical and financial resources, and also to attract new businesses. Local municipalities are struggling with economic strategies to deal with poverty and unemployment and also inequality. LED, local economic development strategies lack intervention, details, and lack monitoring and also evaluation. Moving to research aim and objective. This study aim is to explore the role of local government in advancing local economic development within local communities, and also to recommend strategies to enhance implementation of local economic development within local municipalities. The objectives of the study, I adopted 4 objectives in the study. The first one is to maintain factors affecting local government ability to enhance local economic development in Umkhanyagu, the district municipality. And the second one is to investigate ways in which local government operates and function local economic development as a means of controlling unemployment and poverty in Umkhanyagu, the district municipality, to analyze the role oversight players in ensuring that local government adhere to local economic development legislative frameworks in Umkhanyagu, the district municipality. And the last one is to investigate the role of local government in promoting local economic development and to make recommendations to improving local economic development implementation in local communities. And now I'm moving to literature review. I've got the empirical literature review and also theoretical literature review, which is going to be followed under empirical literature review. And then a shortage of skill is a major problem among municipalities officials, which lead to inability to achieve local economic development goals. Local government can deal with poverty and unemployment by implementing programs that will lessen poverty in a long term. This includes education and capacity development. Civil society can advocate and promote local solutions to local challenges by working with government authorities and also institutions to ensure accountability. Municipalities cannot be effective in local development matters unless there is an adequate through ongoing planning process. Now I'm moving to theoretical literature review. A theoretical literature review is a foundation review of existing theories that serves as a roadmap for developing the argument that was used in research, supported by Vince and George in 2023. Human capital theory and community economic theory was used in this research in this study to tackle the research problem and accomplish the objective. Human capital theory is based on the premises that investment on people such as education and boost workers and also productivity and skill sets. Community economic development is the process of addressing community problems such as unemployment or lack of sufficient services and Now, local government must ensure that local community members have access to education and skills to help them become more involved in local economic development. And now I'm moving to my research methodology. I'll start by explaining what is the research methodology. A research methodology is a way research systematically solve research question by logically adopting various steps. The study is exploratory in its nature, and then a qualitative approach was chosen to effectively achieve the research goals through thematic analysis to examine information that was collected from the interviews to interviewees. Non-probability sampling had been used in this study, which is regularly utilized in exploratory and also qualitative research. The unstructured interview were used to collect rich primary data from the participants. This instrument was more efficient for interviewee to discover more information on understanding the local economic development without employing any bias when it comes to interview with replies. The target population were held with 4 municipal officials, 2 municipal managers, 2 LED managers, and also municipal mayors, and also 4 councillors from municipality within Umkhanyakude district municipalities. The target population, due to time, let me finish this. The target population further comprises 5 directors of district development agencies and 5 senior employees of small enterprises development agencies, in which 24 participants were purposefully selected. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, she acknowledged that it's for the first time, and she did so well. So, do we have questions for her? Yes. There is a question from that side. Any other question? Okay, and then... Okay.
No, thanks. It's not a question per se, but just an advice in terms of sampling, that maybe you should also consider adopting a convenient sampling, not only non-probability. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll take consideration on that.
Okay, great presentation. I'm really impressed that it's your first time, but you did well, my dear. Mine is not a question also, it's just a comment. Because based on your study, you are talking about the role of local government in local economic development. And now in your study, you are talking about the issues of unemployment and poverty. And so because in LED, remember that local economic development, they don't create direct employment opportunities for people, but they create an environment for SMEs to operate in that specific area. And attracting those SMEs, then we can now talk about employment opportunities in that area. So it's just an advice that somewhere, somehow in your paper, can you please touch a bit on SMEs, because a lot of questions are going to arise that you are talking about unemployment, poverty, but the question will be how are you going to deal with those socio-economic issues? Just a comment. Thank you. Great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I would like to put my input because I still have time. That 2 minutes mean a lot for me. No, I did not include some information because of the time frame and information. I do have a lot of information on my study, right? And then what I can say, a lack of government. I'm aware that local government it's not their authorities to provide jobs, but they can try to help communities. For example, if they are helping communities with education, providing them access to education, I think that is also a way of boosting local economic development, because education, I feel like, is the key to success. And then the other thing, lack of information, I think, is the main problem amongst the communities, because they are lacking, they don't have much information when it comes to local economic development. They are not even aware of what is happening. Others, they don't even know what is actually local economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Koza. I'm told that Mashianity A is now around in terms of online presentation. So we are going to have our first online presentation for today by Ms. Mashianity A.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, can you share the screen?
Okay, let me try to. Uh, can you see my screen? Mm,
Share the slides.
I'm trying to.
We're gonna share the slides here. Ne? Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, you can start presenting a 15 minutes, 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes questions. She doesn't duplicate. Oh, should I duplicate?
Yes, just duplicate. Yeah, just to duplicate the display. That's it. Duplicate the display.
I mean, I had to share the slide for her because she can't share from her side.
Who's presenting?
It's this one online. So I had to do the slides. I will put all the slides.
Okay, it's fine. Please, I can't see it from the other end. No, that is not a problem. Can I quickly show you? Where's the slide? There's no problem here. Let's do this. Okay, I'll switch here to that side. This is what we're going to do.
No, it's on. You want to extend?
Yes. Extend. Okay. Extend. Extend it like that. No, it's not the way it's supposed to be. Okay, this is what you must do. Okay. What else? Okay, let's see. Identify. Okay, that is one, that is two. Okay, stop sharing. You guys let yourselves out. Alright. Where's the slideshow? It's here. Can you go one more switching on? Exit a slideshow. Okay, let's do this. Control F. Where is it? This one has it. Yeah, C sharp one. C sharp one. Yeah, you try control. Yeah. No, it's fine. Hey, let's get some more. Wait. Wait. And then I'm a bit. Then the presenter come on. All right. School. Keep push here. Yeah, moderate. Actually, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I she control like when I come. It's fine, it's better. Yeah, it'll move like that. But one more number like it. Yes. No, you'll do, yeah, come on, it's fine.
Okay. Ganotoma, can I stop?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Deborah. My name is Deborah Mashiani, and I'm School of Economics for my Masters of Commerce in Economics, and I'll be presenting my study, which is titled Economic Growth and Income Inequality, an Empirical Investigation in South Africa. Next slide, please. Introduction and background. increase of income disparity poses a significant policy challenge for developing nations such as South Africa. The creation and enforcement of policies that cater for the wealthy with individuals. Since the dawn of democracy, economic growth increased, but the standard of living being of poverty not increased as anticipated, and this is a literature. According to the World Bank 2018, poverty in developing countries have decreased significantly over the past 2 decades. Progress has been uneven, with many low-income nations still caught in a cycle of poverty. Next slide, please. The problem statement highlights income inequality and growth, that it has subject to discussion continuing across the as around the globe. Of democracy in 1994, expectations were raised that income inequality and poverty would be diminished, while economic growth and the standard of living would be improved, but that was not the case. The country's exceptionally low growth to poverty activity, which is driven by high levels of income inequality, to limited impact that economic growth has on reducing poverty in the country. This is also according to literature. Despite period economic growth, poverty levels in South Africa has remained stubbornly high, with a significant proportion of the population below the poverty line. The slow-paced growth of the economy has contributed to the high levels of unemployment, income inequality, and poverty, making it difficult to improve the standard of living of all South Africans. As a result, this study to the correlation between the two variables, intending to significantly the body of literature that has been produced on. Next slide, please. Although in absence of these initiatives implemented, these policy advancements have come stagnant, particularly in terms of their financial viability. This study contributes to the ongoing discussion between income inequality and economic growth, particularly in Africa, where there is a lack of comprehensive literature and empirical evidence of income disparities. Secondly, the study Kuznets effect is a major contribution to the study. Function has a squared repeat. In the regression, the purpose is the GDP term is to invest Kuznets effect. Thirdly, the study involved utilizing data sources to dynamically frame the discussion and conducting a comparative analysis of the income inequality and economic growth relationship at both national and provincial levels. Next slide, please. Research methodology seeks to explain the data sources, model application, metric evaluation technique. The study will utilize South Africa's yearly secondary data panel for the period ranging from 1993 to 2021 in order to conduct a comparative analysis of the 9 provinces in the country. The data consists of 4 variables, namely income inequality, which is proxied by the Gini coefficient, economic growth, which is proxied by gross domestic product at constant in 2010, unemployment rate using the strict definition, as well as poverty, which is proxied by Human Development Index. Sources, or the variables rather, used in the study have been sourced from Quantec, Easy Data, as well as the South African Reserve Bank. The econometric estimation techniques that will be utilized in order to ascertain the relationship between economic growth and income inequality are the panel autoregressive distributed lag model, as well as the Dominguez-Cohen panel test. Next slide, please. theoretical literature seeks to get the relationship between equality, economic growth, unemployment, and poverty in South Africa's context are grounded on the following theories. The first one being the Kuznets revolutionary theory. Kuznets in 1955 was the first to critically study the relationship between income inequality and economic growth and realized that the outcome was heavily dependent on where the level of economic development in a particular economy. The second one being the Bergognon triangle theory, commonly known as the growth inequality poverty triangle, is a crucial illustration of the relationship between poverty, growth, and inequality. It speaks the correlation between these three macro variables. It also offers a framework for discussion and understanding of how these factors interact and influence each other. Next slide, please. Empirical literature. This studies that are based on income inequality, economic growth, and poverty. The first study, which was conducted in 2014, used the quality test to examine the connection between economic growth and income distribution. This research shows that there is a causal link between economic growth and income distribution, and that economic growth widens income gaps in a society. The second study was conducted in 2019, which seeks to solidify the relationship between economic growth and income inequality in middle income countries from 1960 to 2014. According to these findings, income inequality and growth a local and effective relationship in middle income countries during the study period. Furthermore, the study discovered of equality on economic growth in middle income countries throughout the study period. Next slide, please. The results that are shown from the unit show Gini coefficient, gross product, gross domestic squared, as well as unemployment and HEI have statistics stationary at order 0, and then change stationary have been different. In the long run, Gini squared will have a coefficient of 0.1, and it notes that every 1% increase in GDP squared predicted to decrease income inequality by 0.62%. And these results are supported by the inverse Kuznets theory. Under the causality test, GDP and Gini have a unilateral causality as the probability value is significant. Next slide, please. Conclusion and recommendations. The study reveals that there is a positive relationship between income inequality and economic growth, and this conclusion is by the outcomes in both quality as well as the PARB test in the and long-term results. The GDP square run results, which are corroborated by the U inverse theory, signify that as it increases, to increase income inequality, meaning it is said to bring between and the further recommendation on these, not just to enhance the economy, but also to distribution fairly and the overall living standard of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mashiane, for your presentation. Now we are going to have some few minutes for questions and answer. let me
Okay,
get,
understood.
okay, let me get questions from the floor. Do you have questions for Ms. Mashiane? Okay, it looks like our audience are happy with your presentations. We can move on. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm not sure Maluleka A is around. Maluleka. Is Maluleka A around? Okay, if Maluleka A is not around, then we can take our next online presenter, Mashala PR. Online, please come and assist.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, okay, I'm waiting for my technician to assist.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share the slides.
Okay.
Share the slide.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to move the slides. I don't know what's happening.
What's wrong?
I can move the slides.
Go to the first slide.
I'm trying to at this moment, but what's happening? Can you see the slides now?
We can see your slides, but they're not in
Oh.
slideshow.
Slideshow.
Can I share from this side? It's Mashala.
Yes, Mashallah. Yeah, no problem. Stop sharing. You freeze it.
Yeah, I can present. Hello? Putti? Hello? Putti?
Laptop.
Hello?
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can present.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. I'm really sorry about that. I think I'm having connectivity issues on this side.
It's okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the Faculty of Management and Law Committee for approving my abstract. I really appreciate it. So, Today, I will be presenting my study, which is about promotional opportunities for persons with disabilities in the selected Limpopo provincial departments in South Africa. So there is a quote by Benjamin. Oh, okay, we move to the self-introduction. Okay, my name is Mashala Puterivonia. I'm currently enrolled in a second level master. Okay, what's going on?
Continue.
Okay, okay. Okay, I was saying there's a quote by Benjamin Snow that says disability is natural. So we must stop believing that disabilities keep an individual from doing something because persons with disabilities possess unique abilities and talents to pursue meaningful careers. Can we move to the other slide? Oh, thank you. My name is Puteri Vonia Mashala, and I am currently enrolled in a second level master's program in human resource management under the Department of Business Management. So the study was motivated by the fact that persons with disabilities are being denied promotions even when they are well educated with requisite talents because most employers or institutions are still on the notion that persons with disabilities are unable to perform certain tasks. So they remain in same or lower positions that employers think are suitable for them while they are failing to accommodate them with developmental or training programs and assistive devices that can enable them to advance or occupy any position of their choice that they qualify for. So hence the study aims to explore promotional opportunities for persons with disabilities in the selected Limpopo provincial departments in South Africa in order to understand the experiences and challenges faced by persons with disabilities with regard to advancing to promotional posts. Can we move introduction and according to the World Bank of 2023, approximately 1 billion people or 50% of the world's population experience disability with a higher prevalence in developing countries. So persons with disabilities face significant challenges in employment, including promotional opportunities in both developed and developing countries. So Sitambe and other researchers of 2019 revealed that persons with disabilities are underrepresented and promotions were not easy for them in the workplace in the selected government departments in Zambia. So South Africa has reviewed the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in 1996, which prohibits discrimination against persons with disabilities in the workplace, and other regulations such as the Employment Equity Act, the Labor Relations Act, the Skills Development Act, and others in order to improve the employment outcomes of marginalized groups such as persons with disabilities. However, although there are legislation and other efforts, persons with disabilities still do not experience equal access to employment opportunities compared to those without disabilities. This is according to Wilson and Shishua of 2023. So moreover, compliance with the legislation appeared to have failed to ensure that the target of employment of persons with disabilities is reached in South Africa because the Limpopo provincial government has failed to employ the 2% of persons with disabilities and only few departments met the target. Can we move to the problem statement? Thank you. Persons with disabilities career advancement challenges, especially when it comes to promotional opportunities. So they are usually not considered for promotional opportunities and they occupy positions with limited opportunities and low incomes. So this is supported by a previous 2023 report of the International Labour Organization, which confirmed that persons with disabilities are more likely to be unemployed than those without disabilities, or maybe be in jobs that pay less with poorer prospects for promotion and working conditions. So Bell 2020 also discovered that persons with disabilities have low participation rates and hold lower status positions despite the multiple barriers they face in the workplace. Therefore, these gaps were identified in order to make further explorations through the use of the following objectives. The first one is to investigate the extent to which employment and promotional policies are developed and implemented for persons with disabilities in the workplace. The second one, to determine the developmental programs that can be used to prepare persons with disabilities for promotions, to explore barriers to promotions experienced by persons with with disabilities, and the last one to examine barriers that contribute to the successful promotions of persons with disabilities. Can we move? Thank you very much. So with the theoretical framework, each theory here addresses each objective of the study. Therefore, the first one, which is the equity theory, was introduced by Adams in 1963, and it is based on the idea that people are motivated by fairness, and it aims to ensure equity and fairness in the workplace. So the second one, which is the human capital theory, was formulated by Becker in 1962 and Rosen in 1976, with the idea that education and training can help improve the skills and knowledge of an individual worker in order to succeed in the workplace. Then critical disability theory was introduced by Max in 1987 in order to challenge the stereotypes, barriers, and beliefs so that persons with disabilities can participate importantly in society. So the last one, which is the social capital theory, was introduced by Boder in 1985 and Coleman in 1988, with the idea that social networks, relationships, and support systems are essential for employees to learn, perform well, and advance in organizations. Can we move to, thank you. So according to Mashiba and other researchers of 2020, the goal of employment policies for persons with disabilities is not to solve structural problems in the labor market, but to remove the obstacles to the employment of persons with disabilities, such as the internal obstacles, which include the underemployment of professional skills, laziness, poor mentality of persons with disabilities, and external barriers, which include a lack of vacancies for persons with disabilities and the negative attitudes of employers. So Johnson's and other scholars of 2020 found that meaningful collaboration, training and development, mentoring and coaching, organizational support factors help individuals with autism spectrum disorders progress and remain in the workplace. Then according to Coupe and other scholars of 2022, persons with disabilities are underrepresented in employment opportunities, and there were few persons with disabilities in supervisory and management positions, mainly due to discrimination, culture, prejudice, and to a lesser extent, lack of appropriate training and education and poor corporate governance. So lastly, Gupta and Priyadashi of 2020 further studied factors that contribute to the rise of successful persons with disabilities who acquired those higher positions. So they found that factors such as individual, organizational, societal, and family have contributed to the success of persons with disabilities. Can we move to methodology? Oh, thank you. The study was conducted in the two Limpopo provincial departments, which are the Department of Social Development and also the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development located in Polokwane City. So the study is exploratory in nature and adopted a qualitative research approach. Moreover, 17 respondents were, in 9 persons with disabilities were purposively sampled, and 8 HRM officials were conveniently sampled from 2 departments. So semi-structured interviews were conducted online and physically with the HRM officials and also persons with different types of disabilities, age profiles, and occupational levels. So content analysis was used in order to analyze qualitative data through the respondents' words. Okay, with the findings and discussion, the findings show that there are approved policies that address persons with disabilities, while others do not say anything about them, and not all policies talk about promotions. However, it was found that not all persons with disabilities were aware of policies. Thus, there is lack of accommodation because most persons with disabilities are not provided with assistive devices in order to run the day-to-day duties, and the issues that others raise are not even given adequate attention. So the findings also show that there are no enough developmental programs for promotions due to low budgets in the departments, but there are courses that are suggested by persons with disabilities in order to prepare them to perform their responsibilities well. Moreover, not all persons with disabilities applied for promotions, but others got promoted. However, they are still in the same positions they got promoted to in previous years, and there are several barriers to their promotions, such as a lack of promotional posts and opportunities, a lack of developmental programs, institutional barriers, and a lack of devices. And then the study also found that persons with disabilities succeeded at other levels through self-development, social support, competency, and enthusiasm. The study also revealed motivational factors for for persons with disabilities who want to succeed in their careers, to say that they can be goal-oriented, self-confident, being accountable, sharing knowledge, treating each other equally while building healthy working relationships. So the literature also proved that persons with disabilities are faced. Sorry? Oh, my time is up. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much.
We still have some few minutes for questions.
Okay, okay. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
I see a hand, so there is a question coming your way.
No, thanks, Chair. The candidate advances that the promotional policy, in particular the promotional policy of the Department of Social Development in Limpopo, does not advance or rather support the promotion of people with disability. With that said, my question now becomes, what is it that the policy lacks, or what is it that must be incorporated in that particular policy in order for it to advance or rather support the promotion of disabled people? Thank you.
Okay. Any response?
I didn't quite get the question. Can they at least maybe repeat the question? Because I can hear the person from far. So
Can you hear me now? It
Perhaps
appears that she...
it's better to use this mic.
yes, I think it's better to use this one.
Yes. Any other question whilst my colleague is coming? Okay. Yeah, she seemed to hear this one.
No, thanks. The question was that you focus on the promotional policy of the social development, in particular that of in the Limpopo area. Then my question is, what is it that the policy lacks, or what is it that must be incorporated in that policy in order for that policy to support or advance the promotion of people with disability?
Okay, firstly, I did not only focus on promotional policies at the Department of Social Development, but also at the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. So I think the policies should accommodate persons with disabilities, because they're not really accommodating them, because most of them, they're still stuck on those levels. They're not advancing. So I don't know, maybe they should implement new policies, because these old ones are not really working. I don't know. That's all I can say.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, ma'am. In the absence of questions, we thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we have covered all the presentations which were prepared for today. Prof. Throughthe, I don't know. My job is done.
Okay.
Long day indeed. Thank you, colleagues, for attending, and I'm not going to waste your time. Let's come back tomorrow. Let's be early so that we finish early. You have done very well today. You have participated, and I've arranged that for lunch tomorrow. I'm not going to chase you. You're just going to leave to save, to be on time. And I spoke to our good organizing committee to arrange more places where we can get food on time and be able to come back without me chasing you, and I apologize for that. Colleagues, you know our arrangements. Those who have confirmed that they will be sleeping here, staff, you have to go and see Sesi Morini to give you a kiss. Students who said they are going to sleep here, go to Sesi Tepi. Sesi Tepi is sitting there for students. And Sesi Morini, there, back there, is for staff members. And for students, we go that side. And those who did not confirm that they are sleeping here, the bus is waiting outside. And please come back again tomorrow. And this was a wonderful day, and thank you very much.